S Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh, all good? Oh, no, either. Whatever you don't want. Oh, you're the man. Look at you. We're going to be so ready to go for this thing, man. Perfect. Nice little graphic there. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. All right. It's going to be a mad scramble. I'm sure of it.
College football is back. Live from Nelson Stadium here in Helena, Montana, SWX proudly presents Frontier Conference football as the Western Bulldogs take on the Carroll College Fighting Saints. Hi, everyone, and welcome Fieldside to another season of college football alongside Austin Parr. I'm Riley Corcoran, and although it is the season opener and it's late August, this game feels much bigger than that this afternoon. You have the reigning Frontier Conference champions in the Western Bulldogs. They were picked to repeat. Standing in their way is Carroll and Austin. If we take a look at the preseason poll, you can see why this game means a little bit more.
Absolutely. The atmosphere around this stadium feels like you could actually get the champion of the Frontier Conference from this game. I know it's game one, but Western is ranked 17th in the NAIA preseason polls, and Carroll's right behind them in the Frontier Conference getting those 3 first-place votes.
And when you look at the 17th-ranked Bulldogs, they're coming off their first playoff appearance in 19 years. They also return All-American quarterback John Junn, so you can see why those expectations are high. But, Austin, that might be their biggest hurdle this year, trying to manage that target on their back. They're not going to sneak up on anybody.
Managing expectations is going to be the biggest thing for the Western Bulldogs. John Junn will be the leader at the helm of that offense, the best offense in the Frontier League, mind you. Two-headed dragon behind him. The biggest question, though, that defense. How do they replace all those seniors that they did lose last year?
Let's go to the Carroll side of things. They're coming off their 3rd straight winning season, but that's around Helena this week. There's a more common theme that you've heard a lot.
Revenge. Revenge is the biggest heard around campus this week. Garrett Kokab, one of the NFL prospects, Frontier All-Conference last year. Also, Gary Warden on the defensive line. They gave up 230 rushing yards last year, and they are ready for that run-heavy offense, as well as Perka. Perka gets his first look as a full-season starting quarterback, and he's absolutely excited to get this game over with.
The Bulldogs, you look at them, they have won in Helena just one time since 2004. We'll see if they're ready for their first road test of the season. Sit back and relax. We've got a great day of college football for you right here. Kickoff coming next on SWX. You could not have scripted a better day for football here on the final Saturday in August. We are so happy to be here at Nelson Stadium between Carroll and only meeting of the year between Western and Carroll. They are flipping the coin Western, we'll have to find out. I think Carroll going to defer to Western come out on the table. And what they did last year, they scored 400. It was 14th best in the NAIA. They just were led by John Jund all year long. A lot of weapons at his disposal. I know you talked about in the open. It's not all John Jund, though. He's got a lot of good help around him.
Two-headed dragon, Reese Neville and Colton McPhee. Those are going to be your main looks at offense. The one thing they got to replace, though, is a big-time wide receiver. Trey Mounts looks to be that guy that's going to fill that role. He's going to fill that role for John Jund, and we're definitely looking forward to see how that offense rolls this year.
And so Western's offense, everybody getting ready to go. That's the uniqueness. Games jump right into conference play. Some teams don't have an opponent, and there's no warm-up game, Austin. You only play once a year. You mentioned that revenge factor. I think a lot of that revenge factor came because this game was back in August, and they only had one time to play each other. It's a lot of bad taste that's maybe built up in the last year.
Not only the last year, but the offseason. You feel that. This was the closest game, one of the closest games in the Frontier Conference. And Gary Warden especially, one of the guys I got to talk to on the Carroll defensive line, after the shoulder surgery that he had in the offseason, he put on a good 25, 30 pounds of muscle in the offseason. He's the main guy that is really looking forward to this matchup, along with Garrett Kokab and the rest of that Fighting Saints defense, also led by Rex Irby.
That will be a matchup to watch out for. That is for sure. Carroll, of course, the home white pants and purple tops, the trademark. And you go on the other side, the Dogs from Dillon, the 17th ranked Western Bulldogs, the red pants, the white tops. The fanfare of college football, it is hard to beat. I know a couple of years ago, we missed it. Kind of got it back last year. Now it's in full throat this year and ready to go. The top two teams in the preseason bowl about to get underway.
Could not ask for a day for football. Absolutely beautiful here at Nelson Stadium.
And for Carroll to kick it off, it'll be Stephen Powell, senior and a Washington product, and college football officially underway. So happy to bring it to you right here on SWX. The rolling kick picked up, and a good hit delivered just outside the 20. Sneaking alive was Trey Mounts, but he'll just get to the 22.
Trey Mounts is going to be a key. It also does kick returning duties. We are going to see him at wide receiver. Look for him to be a big impact player for Montana Western.
And one of those seniors that Ryan Norse totally leans on. Ryan Norse, in his 9th year leading this Bulldogs program. He's the winningest coach in school history, second longest tenure. 9th year, 38-37 for his record. But these Bulldogs, 3 straight winning seasons. Capped off with a Frontier Conference title last year. What do they have for an encore? Their success might be predicated off of John Jund, wearing number 7, 6-foot senior quarterback from Spring Creek, Nevada. Has 3 receivers in this opening formation, and the first play is a give inside. And snuffed out right away. Garrett Warden making the stop for Carroll after a minimal gain.
That's the biggest impact we're going to look for, is that Carroll College defensive line. Can they seek that revenge factor that they are looking for against this really, really talented offense of Montana Western?
Pickup of 2 on the play for Western. Again, they averaged nearly 40 points per game. They had their lowest offensive output of the regular season against Carroll. It's a 26-22 game, where to most teams that would be an average score. For Western, that was a bit of a low-scoring game for them. Trip receivers bunched to the top of your screen. Jund will get this one out quick. Nice move, putting his foot in the ground is Isaiah Thomas. And that effort has him close to a first down. They say he steps out before, though, at the 30.
Just a beautiful little swing pass, and it makes the defender miss, gets up the sideline, gets a first down for Western.
I think they marked him actually out of bounds short, Austin. They said the foot hit the chalk, so it will set up now a 3rd down and about 3 for the Bulldogs, a team that was 44% on 3rd down last year. Usually you're up in that category. Good things are happening for you, keeping this explosive offense on the field. Jund recognizes the play clock, down to 4. Two receivers on each side on a 3rd and 4 play. Jund will throw far side of the field. There's the go-to man. Trey Mount secures it and moves the sticks for the Dogs.
Almost a little pick play there. I don't know if you saw that, but set up very nicely on 3rd down. Definitely very good. Great first down for Montana Western.
So they're able to keep it alive after they thought they had the first down initially. Moved out. These Bulldogs 8-4 a season ago. Looking for just their 2nd win in Helena in the last 18 years. Fresh set of downs and 4 receivers out there for Jund this time. Motion. McPhee out. Thinking about running. Jund. He's got some space to move, and he takes advantage of it. He'll move the chains again.
That was another X factor for John. It wasn't just the two-headed monster at running back. It is John Jund's ability to take the snap, look at the defense, and understand that he can get the first down with his legs.
Again, they mark him just shy, so a pickup of 9 for Jund. 9 rushing touchdowns last year. He's the reigning Frontier Offensive Player of the Year.
They keep just stepping out of bounds on me.
They are. Want to test your eyes early on, Austin. 2nd and short, the entire playbook open for Ryan Norris, who also calls the plays, and it's an inside give that Reese Neville will rumble for a first down as he nears midfield. As Neville switched numbers from 32 last year to 18, so keeping everybody on our toes. You get another look at it.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing when you're taking the handoff on the inside part is reading the defensive tackle and which side he's going to be at, and then attacking through that hole.
About to move into Carroll territory here. First down. Jund in a pistol look. They load up the line to the right side. Great crowd here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Back to the well in Neville. He is snuffed the line of scrimmage.
There's that man, Gary, as we like to call him around Carroll, Gary Warden, making the stop. Big boy, put on a lot of muscle in the offseason. There's some big guys on the defensive line for the Carroll College Fighting Saints.
Absolutely. You mentioned it. They got run over a little bit against Western last year. They allowed just 90 yards per game on average. So you know that they take it personally when a team runs the football on them.
Well, 230 yards is a lot of yards to give up on the ground.
More than double the season average. Quick play fake on 2nd and 10. Jund slipped initially, nearly gets picked off by Rex Irby, but it falls to the turf incomplete. And John maybe dodged a bullet.
Rex Irby had an opportunity early to get the Carroll College Fighting Saints some great offensive position. I think it just slipped through his hands, and one may have said, you know, that might be a reason why he's on the defensive side.
That's the old adage that defensive coaches love to remind folks.
Something about Rex, though, he honestly probably has one of the best haircuts I have ever seen.
Well, we'll have you describe it play by play after this one. 3rd down and 10. A bit longer here for Jund. It will go near side. Mounts in the flat. Creates in space. He's got an opening inside the 35. And Trey Mounts, little juke and jive, and he picks up 16.
He is just so quick. He can take a screen pass and make a defender miss. And as soon as first defender miss, you're going to be open in space, and that's what you're going to see here with Mounts. He takes the screen, makes one defender miss, and boom, he's gone. Just on the outside, 16-yard gain, first down, Montana Western.
He's the top returning wide receiver for these Bulldogs. They lost their top 2 from a season ago, but you're as talented as John Jund. You find receivers, that's for sure. But Trey Mounts will be the go-to man, at least early on. Big first down there. At the 32 this time, Jund will go quick again. Goes to another target. That's the 3rd different receiver he's found. And Elijah Benedict picks up a couple.
Jund does a great job at spreading the ball amongst his receivers. As you were speaking about, you know, when you're a good quarterback, you can make receivers great. You can find receivers. You can almost throw receivers open when you're at the level that John has displayed over the years.
When you pick up 7 on first down as well, just the entire playbook at your disposal right now. 2nd and 3. Another play fake for Jund. He's looking deep downfield. Reed not there. Adjusting on the fly. Using his feet again. Dives forward. and will pick up the first down. He has no fear when he takes off up the middle, Austin.
Absolutely. I mean, you got linebackers swarming underneath you. All he cares about right there is picking up that first down. He takes a snap back here, looks, was looking at the post route from one of the wide receivers, takes off down the field, makes sure he gets that first down, and then dives forward. He's not a typical quarterback that would slide. He's gonna take the dive and make sure he gets those extra yards.
When you're a quarterback, you're in Dillon, Montana, you're tough. You don't slide. You go head first, right up the middle. I know the folks in Dillon certainly appreciate it, and they love to have John Jund as their quarterback. 8,300 yards, 78 touchdowns in his career. He's been a 3-year starter. Back for an encore here in his senior season, and high expectations for Western. They hand it off inside Neville, trying to bounce it out, but there's that Carroll run defense again, starting to figure it out. Western, they know they're probably going to have to do it through the air if they're going to get it in the end zone.
Absolutely, and if they're going to do it through the air, Neville does take it in the middle. The biggest thing is that defensive line. Once again, I mean, they are that monster up front. They're the big guys. They set the tone for that defensive line, and it's going to be tough for Neville or any other running backs to find some space all day.
Long drive here. It's been over 5 minutes, moving methodically down the field, and in the red zone now are the Bulldogs. They scored touchdowns with regularity last year in the red zone. Jund, first read again, not there. He's taking off inside the 10, has the corner, and he's in. Touchdown Western, but
late flag
there's a flag on the field. And it looks like in the area of holding. One did break that final tackle.
John doesn't have an option, takes off for the end zone, but we're going to find out what that flag on the play is. Otherwise, it's going to be a touchdown for Montana Western.
And they called it actually on the wide receiver, Trey Mounts, with that final block. So the touchdown is off the board for Western. An unfortunate penalty. Talk about a really good team. There were 2 areas, Austin, that Western could probably improve on this year. The penalty front, 8 penalties for 76 yards a game is what they averaged last year.
The biggest thing, too, with that play is John did not need that extra block. He was already turned the corner and was going to make it to the end zone regardless of whether Mounts made that block or not. So I think the biggest thing is being smart for this offense and not making the smarter plays is what they need to do.
So they back it up now all the way to the 20. A costly penalty to say the least. 2nd and 13 for Jund. Mounts the motion man, one of 3 receivers. And another quick handoff. Neville trying to get a chunk of this yardage back. He nearly gets the edge before he is brought down. Good tackle by Caden Gardner, and at least they get a chunk of it back. Makes it 3rd and manageable here for the Bulldogs.
Absolutely, but still tough. I mean, Neville's trying to get to the outside. He takes the ball to the outside, tries to use that speed that he does have, but Carroll's very fast on the defensive end and makes a great tackle right before the sideline.
So a scoring drive, or a drive that is taken over 6 minutes. Another 3rd down opportunity here, 3rd and 5.
Big early 3rd down here, early in the game, just 8:34 left in the first quarter.
Jund is empty by himself. 5 wide receivers, a quick throw out, 1 block, a flag down in the backfield. Mounts was short, but Austin, this is going to be interesting because the penalties around Jund this could be a roughing the passer.
I believe he did get rid of that ball and was hit late.
Our white hat today, Scott McHugh, going to confer. By the spot, he was short, but we'll check the flag.
And speaking of the penalties for Western, penalties were a big thing for Carroll too. Yep.
Now that was interesting. I know it's the first game for everybody, but our referee gave the intentional grounding signal while saying roughing the passer. So we'll just trust him on the words there, right? So roughing the passer is going to move Western closer.
He's just as nervous as maybe some of the players are as well, including myself.
Well, hey, no doubt. It's the first game jitters for everybody, and there's a lot of confusion with the chain gang right now, but it should seem like a first down, automatic first down after that.
Always. Roughing the passer is a 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. In this case, it would be half the distance to the goal. That's why they took away the chains here.
Got it all sorted out. 8 minutes left in this first quarter. Carroll yet to touch the ball. This offense, led by John Jund, has been out there for the entirety of it. 2 receivers to the near side. A couple of extra linemen in there for Jund. First down and goal. Play fake. Jund looking for the slant. Tipped in the air and intercepted. Rumbling out of there. And down the sideline, the 40. Into Western Territory, the 30, before finally being brought down. But what a momentum-changing play for the Fighting Saints.
I mean, this is something that Carroll has been working on all off-season. If you can't catch the ball, get your hand on it and get it up in the air. Tip that ball up in the air. Let one of your defenders catch the ball, intercept it. Look at John looking for that quick slant. The throw is a bit behind, which allows that ball to get tipped. Picked off. The big fella running down the field takes the ball nearly 45, 50 yards and puts Carroll in a very good position for their first chance on offense.
Well, and what an opportunity. Right place at the right time. And Tucker Jones, the redshirt sophomore from Hamilton, has the first big play of the year for Carroll. Can they cash in as they set up at the 30-yard line? Jack Perka, the sophomore quarterback from Coeur d'Alene. First play, they're going to take a shot. Throws to the far side of the field. It's caught. But down immediately is Cameron Rothy, a junior from Hamilton. But you can feel it, the energy in this building. It just went up a couple of notches after that pick.
Well, especially after, this is perfect for Perka. Perfect way to get him started. Little play action, get the ball on the outside, calm those nerves. He is just a redshirt sophomore, and this is his first full season as quarterback of the Fighting Saints.
7 minutes to go, and a fast-moving first quarter for both teams. After the gain of 6, Perka ready for a 4. Gives it off inside, and Duncan Kraft, the redshirt junior out of Billings Central, able to move the chains and give Carroll a red zone opportunity.
A lot of big boys on the offensive line for the Carroll College Fighting Saints. Look at this inside run. Beautiful block scheme there, opening up that hole. Could honestly drive a bus through that big hole.
The Saints knocking on the door here at the 18-yard line. Perka was 5-2 as a starter last year. He became the starter in the 4th game of the year as a true freshman. He has a running back off each hip with a new set of downs. The give again will go to Kraft, and he will go nowhere. In fact, he probably lost one. It'll be 2nd and 11.
If that play can be successful early on in the game, as we look here, little play action fake. If that play can become successful, they can gain 4 to 5 yards. That will set up Perka either being able to read option and take the ball around the outside and take off with his legs, or find a receiver downfield. So that's a big play. Unfortunately, did not work out there.
See what Carroll comes up with here on 2nd and 11. They lost their 4 games by a combined 13 points last year, so they need to cash in when they have opportunities.
It's mainly about the 4th quarter. The biggest thing about the Carroll College Fighting Saints is can we finish that 4th quarter? Those 13 points, a lot of those leads were blown in that 4th quarter. So we will find out in one of the biggest games of the Frontier.
And we'll see if they can build that lead as Kraft just picks up that yard back. So it'll be 3rd and 10, middle of the field for Perka. His ability to anticipate throws, maybe his greatest strength. We'll see if he can anticipate one on a big 3rd down opportunity.
For those that don't know, Perka's a beautiful product out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. They do call him, his nickname, Sunshine. From the famous Remember the Titans movie that we all know.
Well, his sun is shining on the field right now. We will see if Perka can pick up a first down. It's 3rd down and 10. Running back off each hip. Perka has some time across the middle. Tipped in, incomplete. That one nearly intercepted. So both teams stall in the red zone. And now we'll see if the experienced special teams unit, Stephen Powell and the rest of Carroll, can put in some points.
Perka looked a little nervous on that throw there. He did have his running back coming out of the backfield open early, decides to wait, and then throws behind the wide receiver, almost ends up in a turnover for Montana Western.
So Powell, 3rd year as the starting kicker. Of course, the lefty. He's 9 for 10 from inside 40 yards this year, or I should say last year. This one comes from 35. Good snap, good hold. The kick is good, and Carroll takes advantage of the turnover. They put points on the board thanks to Powell, and with 4:37 to go in quarter number 1, it's the homestanding Saints leading the Dogs 3-0. Lunch for the SWX crew today was provided by the Breakfast Club. Breakfast burritos so big, you may skip lunch. The Breakfast Club in Helena and Missoula. 4:37 to go in quarter number 1. Happy that college football is back and happy that you're with us. Riley Corcoran, Austin Parr, our entire SWX team. That fireworks early. Western takes a lot of time off the clock, gets down the field and throws an interception. Carroll takes advantage. They do make a field goal. Austin, how about your first 10 minutes of the football season? We saw quite a lot.
Absolutely. This is exciting action for both teams. Positive things, a couple negative things, but mostly positive for the Montana Western offense. John Junn did march them all the way down. Unfortunately, made a misread and did come up with a turnover. For Carroll, a little bit of nerves. Looks like for Perka, decided maybe didn't make the right decision on that first possession. But we're going to see the nerves settle here and a lot more action coming up in the second quarter.
And John Junn, a phenomenal quarterback. You look at it, he takes chances. He had 14 interceptions last year. It's not a knock whatsoever, but at the same time, goes to show you he's going to be aggressive. So we'll see how he responds. The 3 receivers set on their second drive of the game. Inside give, Jake Walk able to make the stop after a pickup of 3.
Another inside run here. Offensive line blocking to the left, sees the hole, but that defensive line and those linebackers of Carroll seal that hole very quickly, only able to pick up a couple yards.
Gain of 4 officially. As the clock winds, closer to 4 minutes left.
It's really all you can ask for in a rushing offense. You pick up 3 or 4 yards, you're going to be in business all day long. You're
staying on schedule, that is for sure. 3 receiver look, inside give, and a great job just getting back to the line of scrimmage because it looked like that Carroll front was ready for it again.
I believe they sent a blitz on this play, and they got through that offensive line very quickly. Got into the backfield. Montana did make it back to the line of scrimmage, but bringing up a big 3rd down.
They've had multiple 3rd downs already. They had 3 on the opening drive.
Keep an eye on Trey Mounts here. It's going to be the biggest target for John Junn in that Montana Western offense.
Already with the 3rd down catch today is Mounts, the senior from Belgrade, wearing number 5. 3 receivers, all bunched. Junn looks right. First read not there. Here he goes again on the run, but he's chased down from behind. The Carroll College front comes through again, and Trent Durfee in for the sack.
Huge play by Carroll. John Junn drops back, looking for his wide receivers. The defenders and the DBs cover it very well, and then that gives it that time for those linebackers and that D lineman to really close in on John Junn and bring up a fourth down for Montana Western.
So on to punt for the Bulldogs, Bridger Polk. He's a freshman out of Great Falls High School. This will be his first punt. Dad is actually a punter for the Bulldogs. Shorter kick, knuckles. On at the 45, takes a Western hop. Saints will begin at the 30. After a time works throughout and late stages of quarter number 1. It's the homestand Saints with a 3-point lead. Here at Nelson Stadium in Helena, it's opening day of college football, week 0. We're accustomed to it, Austin, and hey, whatever it is, week 0, week 14, any football is good football.
Absolutely. Beautiful day. We're going to see the return of Matt Burgess, the big running back himself last year against this very Montana team.
Tough knee injury. Wasn't able to come back from it. As breaking through on cue is Burgess. So it's almost like you knew the play call was coming in there, and with his first run back, he picks up 9. A little bit of an elevated ovation there. What a long journey back, the 86 yards rushing against Western. Man, long journey back.
Working very hard in the off just to get back. Ball. He's very, very excited, especially for this game, and has a great touch. And you can hear from the crowd a great relief to see him back on the football field.
2021 spring All-American and over 1,000 yards as a true freshman. Here's Perk on the play fake. A lot of wide open space as making the catch for the Saints is Easton Durham, a redshirt freshman from Pocatello, Idaho. Austin, that's his first career catch, comes in a big spot.
Beautiful, absolutely. I mean, this was a great play call for the Carroll College Fighting Saints. After the run here, fake it to Burgess and get the ball, get Perk on the outside, get him comfortable, making an easy throw. And to a wide receiver that's making his first catch.
I tell you what, he doesn't look like a sophomore Perka. He looks very poised out there.
Absolutely. He's had a lot of experience, not necessarily at the college level, but being a starting quarterback all 4 years in high school.
Saints are in Bulldog territory, and that play was telegraphed from the beginning. Western was ready for it, and Reese Arts comes in. Big junior defensive end to make the tackle for loss.
Handoff to Burgess inside. I think they were trying to go to the outside, maybe a right side inside run or outside run, and that edge defender got in there quickly and got to Burgess.
So second and long, with under a minute to go in this fast-moving first quarter between the top 2 teams in the Frontier Conference. Stop of the preseason poll. They put a doozy last year in Dillon. Short throw to the far side, making the catch is Chris Ackleshin. And just schedule again, pick up a 5.
The biggest thing for is getting that quick snap read, get that ball out quickly, and that's exactly what he did on that play.
So 3rd and 6 could be the final play of this first quarter. One that saw Western hold the ball for the first 7 minutes before a red zone interception. 3-receiver look on 3rd down and 6. Jack Perka ready, looks left, now just across the middle. It's tipped and incomplete. No one was close to the freshman Ackelson. And that is one, Austin, where he'll be looking at the film and thinking what could have been.
Yeah, he's going to want that one back, absolutely. I think the biggest thing there was he was trying to get his eyes upfield before he had his hands on the ball. That's a huge loss for Carroll there. Going to bring out the punting unit for 4th down.
And it was a good job of adjusting, too, because Perka, the first read wasn't there. He found Ackelson wide open.
I mean, wide open. He would have picked up at least 15, 20 yards there if he just holds on to the ball. He's going to want that one back.
So on to punt for Carroll. Brock Paldy. 38 punts a season ago, a 37-yard average. He handles the high snap. Trying to pin Western deep, nearly does. But it does go into the end zone. It will be a touchback. And the Bulldogs will run one more play before the first quarter comes to a close. One of 4 games in the Frontier today. Northern taking on College of Idaho down in Caldwell. Rocky playing Southern Oregon. They actually chartered a flight out to that game as you take another look at this punt.
That was a beautiful setup by the punter. Unfortunately, his gunners could not get out there and snag that one just before it hits in the end zone.
So Western will come out for one final play. Trailing 3-0. So again, an offense that's used to putting up a lot of points. It's going to have 0 after quarter number 1 of the season. It's an inside handoff. Neville will pick up a couple, and that will take us to the end of quarter number 1. Both teams ready to go. This game means a 4 in the only meeting of the year between Carroll and Western, and it's the Saints that lead it 3-2. We'll be back for the start of the second quarter when you come back. One quarter, and Western looking to get this high-flying offense moving a little bit. Riley Corcoran, Austin Parr, happy to be back with you. Season opener here on SWX, live from Nelson Stadium. state's capital here in Helena. A bit of a windy day. Sun shining. And the leading Frontier offensive player of the misfire is incomplete. It'll set up third down.
I think the biggest thing for the Western offense to get going is the run game's not working, so maybe empty it out. 5 wide, 4 wide, 5 wide receivers. Get John Junn out of the pocket. Line is having a little with that big Saints defensive line. So spread it out. Give John Junn to get that ball out, and of course, he can always use his legs as well.
Well, they've certainly been troublesome. Western, 4 sophomores and 1 senior on that offensive line, so maybe a little bit inexperienced. Third down and 9. Deep drop for Junn. He'll dump it off underneath. Neville creates in space, and how about that? An unassuming screenplay, Austin, in a first down for Western.
That's just a great play call on 3rd and 9. Definitely not expected from the defense. Not expected from the defense. Screenplay, the offensive lineman get out there, and Neville, the blocks that he needs, he makes one defender miss, and look at that, picks up about 12 yards.
Up to the 37. See, Neville had such a big game against Carroll last year, 167 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot. That's a pretty good way to start your season. So Neville confident, trying to get his team rolling again. Here is Junn. Somehow gets out of the initial.
But Gary Warden, there he is. That big inside defensive lineman putting the pressure on John Junn. Luckily, he did get back almost to the line of scrimmage. Ended up losing 2 yards.
It just seems that Western has been behind ever since that initial push that they made. 2nd and 12, 3rd and 9, trying to push through.
I think the defense of the Saints was a little nervous on that first drive, but it looks like they've settled in nicely.
Confidence is huge, and that one play has flipped the script here.
Especially with a game of this magnitude.
Junn on 2nd and 12. It's a quick handoff. Neville falls forward. Pick up a couple. Makes it where 3rd down and 7, not so out of the question.
Manageable is what we like to say as an offense. Takes a beautiful inside snap here, makes one defender miss, and he's not afraid to lower his pads and get those extra yards as he did on that play.
So the home fans trying to help out this Carroll defense that allowed just 20 points per game last year. They really leaned on this unit. Everyone trying to get on the same page. 3rd down and 7. They do empty it out for Junn. Initially looks left, not there. Pocket collapses, and Junn takes a shot. And he will be short. Tucker Jones delivers the boom.
And Junn is actually signaling that he wants to go for it, but the offensive coordinator is going to signal for that punting unit. And that's Junn again, not afraid to take a hit, get those extra yards. But that's something that we could see cost him either in this game or a game in the regular season coming up.
Well, I know the Western coaches to our right up here in the booth that just holding their breath every time that Junn takes off like that. So another punt. Oh, and it's partially blocked. A little bit of confusion, but now Western taking off with it. Was wondering why no one was going. Down the sideline, 10, and he's in. It's going to be a touchdown for Western.
I was just as confused as they were. I'm not really sure what happened.
Everybody stopped.
The entire defense and entire offense just stopped. One of the Western players had the ball. Okay, here it is.
We're going to watch all of it back. No.
Everybody stops as if, what do we do? Oh, okay, I can take off with the football now. And he takes off.
And what happens is once that ball is tipped, the moment it's grabbed by Western, it's dead. So it's dead at the spot. Carroll will get the ball after all of that. Carroll will get the ball at about the 30-yard line, leading 3-0. 12:04 to go. What's been a wild, low-scoring first half here from Helena. Saints on top. They'll have the football when we come back. So Carroll starts this drive at the 42, which is where the ball was touched after that blocked punt. Two receivers to the short side of the field here for Jack Perka, who's been mighty impressive in his first start of this sophomore season. Inside handoff and rumbling to the outside and picking up the first down for the Saints. It's exactly what you like to see, and that's actually a tight end, Ryan Rickman. You always love first game of the year, Austin. Broadcasters get thrown for surprises, too, of who's the ball carrier.
And he's actually a big, big running back. I wouldn't want to be tackling that guy. He took the handoff beautifully on the left side, does a beautiful little hurdle, and picks up the first down.
6'1", 230. He's a load. He's a load to try and bring down now. Into Western Territory at the 42. Carroll has 3 points, but this came off of a turnover. Can they sustain a drive? Perka looks good as he throws softly to the far side of the field. As just stepping out of bounds was Baxter Tuggle. He's a junior out of Laramie, Wyoming. Who would have ever thought the recruiting pipeline of Laramie, Wyoming to Helena, Montana?
Did make the defender miss, just stepped out of bounds. Actually only gained a yard on that play.
That's the third time we've been fooled on that sideline over there. 2nd down and 9. Can you get inside the 40-yard line and march towards the end zone? Perka gives this one off. Patient running, but Tuggle goes nowhere. It's been interesting to see, too, that yes, we've seen Burgess, we've seen Kraft, we've seen Tuggle, maybe trying to work all of them into the rotation here first in the first game of the year, Aust.
It's almost like writing who's hot, see what's working. See, you're trying to settle in, you're trying to understand what you want to do on offense. You're going to have a ton of different looks, and you're going to throw out a ton of different players. And whoever's hot, they're going to run it.
So it's 3rd down and 10 here for Carroll. A team that was 36% a season ago. Perka looks left, now is going for it all, has a man downfield and making the catch. It's Tony Collins. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Carroll.
The senior himself, Tony Collins, all-conference tight end. Perka actually underthrew this ball a little bit as he used to see drops back. He underthrows the ball. Collins does a beautiful job of readjusting. Ends up breaking the tackle, stays up. Makes a giant leap towards the end zone. Touchdown Saints.
What a grab from Tony Collins, the senior from Fort Worth, Texas. That was his 11th career touchdown, and now he's 10 yards away from 1,000 in his career. Left-footed kick up and good from Powell. What a play and a throw and catch on 3rd down from Jack Perka. He finds his senior All-American in Tony Collins. And it's the Saints now that have stretched the lead out to 10. This Frontier Conference football matchup is brought to you in part by Carroll College. Carroll College, not for school, but for life. So we welcome you back. 10 minutes, 14 seconds to go in this opening half. Riley Corcoran, Austin Parr, and our entire SWX team. Happy to bring you college football. It is back. It's going to be a busy time of year for all of us. But, hey, we embrace it. We went through the summer, getting ready to go, and we're ready for the grind, aren't we?
Absolutely. I mean, we're spending the summer looking at these off seasons for all of these football teams across the state, and this is what it's all about. This is it. This is the start of college football, and I couldn't ask for a better day.
You make a really good point. We break down these matchups for 2-3 months, and finally they're playing out in front of us. When we got the schedule and saw 1 versus 2 right here, we started doing our preseason analysis for sure. Here's Mounts taking it on a hop, and he runs right in to a Fighting Saint. And I'm telling you what, there have been hits all over the place, and Bill Melhoff, the sophomore from Eugene, Oregon, gets it done.
That was a very, very clean hit. He actually took on the blocker, shook him to the right, and met Trey Mounts right at the point of attack. Great defensive play. Yes.
Ben Melhoff, great play. 10:06 to go.
You're going to really see if that there's actually a penalty on the play.
So they move the Bulldogs back, and now you're starting to question just the mental side of things right now. If you're Western, right, you came in here, all the expectations, you had the perfect first drive all the way down to the 20, then all of a sudden an interception happens and things go a bit haywire. How do they try and corral the troops? At least they got a senior quarterback to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, it all falls on John Junn's shoulders. He's got to be able to, not just find Trey Mounts, but find everybody in the backfield and get something going here and limit the turnovers, also limit the penalties. Penalties are big for Montana Western.
Well, they'll have to go 91 yards on this drive as it begins at their own 9. Junn with a quick give at Carroll front ready for. So we've seen guys fly around all over. Hunter Peck is actually listed as a backup linebacker, but called his name and seen him plenty. 19 in purple. So a gain of 4. So we wind down this first half. 4 games in the Frontier today. 3 of them going on right now, 1 later tonight. As Junn will bring a man in motion on 2nd and 6. Flush to his right. Here he goes again, trying to create in the open field. He slips 1 tackle just enough. I think an okay result, all things considered.
Absolutely. I mean, he read the defense. His first read, second read was not open. Going to take off and use his legs, which is exactly what he did a lot last year. Look at that. Offense rolls to the right. He knows that the defensive line is shifting to the right, so he can plant the foot, make 1 move to the left, and take off for about 10 to 12 yards.
Total yards are dead even. Both teams have 102 total yards right now, but it's 10-0 Carroll.
Well, as we were talking about earlier, the biggest drive happened for Montana Western was the first drive of the game. Since then, those total yards have not really moved at all.
Quick burst. Right up the middle. Minimal gain. Pick up 5.
That inside run starting to work a little bit for Montana Western. Getting to the Carroll College Fighting Saints defensive line, opening up some holes, and possibly opening up that play-action game for John Junn.
So a gain of 4. You're also seeing Colton McPhee, got 11. All the running backs just decided to change numbers this year.
Changing numbers on us left and right. That's part of that 2-headed dragon. We are going to see a lot of Colton McPhee.
Could be a 4-headed dragon if they switch numbers all year long, right?
There he goes again.
2nd and 6. And just getting back to the line of scrimmage. Feels that Carroll is the team that is gaining the momentum. Western needs a spark. Carroll's had some sparks in this game on defense and offense. Haven't seen anything from Western here on a 3rd and 5 upcoming.
This is going to be one of the bigger third downs of this first half for John Junn. Let's see what that offensive coordinator draws up here. Maybe gets him out on the run again, looking for a wide receiver. This is a big 3rd down for Montana Western.
Bulldogs are 3 for 5 on 3rd down so far. 3rd and 5.
Tight end in motion.
Here's John trying to do it again with his feet. A dangerous run results in a first down. Jake Walk tried to hold him back. It's just enough for Jund to move the chains.
I just feel like we're going to keep saying this all game long. He is not afraid to go at some of the biggest players for Carroll College. I mean, he goes right in between two defenders because why? He's got to pick up that first down.
It's his 6th rushing attempt already in this game.
I believe he had over 400 rushing yards last year, which was big for that Montana Western offense that led the Frontier Conference.
You said a two-headed attack at running back. You throw Jund in there, that's 3. Three-headed attack. You got to love it.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of RPO from Montana Western because that's big for a quarterback that can really use his legs like John can.
And John Jund slips on the Nelson turf. That's Nelson Field turf, I should say. Goes back to the 27, so that's a big-time loss of 7 or 8.
He was actually taking a play action, and I think he just lost his footing. Goes down right away. It's going to be a huge loss after they pick up a big-time first down. Let's see if they can, again, look for another spark.
One aspect we haven't talked about enough is this Carroll secondary, because when Jund wants to throw deep, there is nobody open.
They've been doing a great job at not only focusing on Trey Mounts, but really keying in on the rest of the Montana Western wide receivers.
So 2nd and a mile, 2nd and 18. And they dump it down with the flag flying.
It looks like it's going to be a holding in the backfield. Looks like on Kokab.
Now, usually when
the reason why the hat was thrown is because there was a personal foul according after the flag was thrown. So you throw your hat, that's going to be another flag adding on to, depending on whether it was offense or defense, adding on to the initial flag.
They run out of flags, they got to throw their hats. They got to signal another penalty.
Not going to throw the whistle.
No. Let's see here. After they sort it all out.
That's very interesting because after the play, I thought the offensive lineman had his hands underneath the defensive lineman's pads. And actually, of course, it's always what they say. It's not the initial. It's always the one that reacts is who gets the penalty and gets the punishment.
And Troy Purcell is livid, the 4th-year head coach for Carroll. But let's take a peek in the trenches. They called a hold initially.
That's going to happen back.
And then
it looks like pushing and shoving. Hands got caught up in the pads a little bit. And unfortunately for Carroll, they were caught.
So what's interesting about this is they said it was a hold during the play and then a dead ball personal foul. It should be a first down. It should be automatic first down after the dead ball personal foul. But instead, it's 2nd and 14 with 5:35 to go.
They were saying offsetting penalties. Yeah, and I think they're going to correct that now.
Because if one's live ball and one's dead ball, becomes a little interesting, and I
Maybe
think that's
they need
what,
us to go down onto the
field.
Hey,
Austin, we're happy to help.
We wear multiple hats up here.
This is game one for everybody. We'll remind folks of that.
I have been known to rock the zebra stripes pretty well myself.
I've only done it on Halloween.
Okay.
Halloween. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, they do make the body look slim.
That's what you're going for, huh? Okay. Well, they heard us apparently down in the field. They have corrected it. It is a first down for Western after all the dust is settled.
Taking them back to referee school.
First down at the 30. On the march is Jund. This high-flying offense still scoreless. They bring pressure. Jund wiggles out of it and somehow gets back to the line of scrimmage. Austin, I don't know how much he covered as far as ground's concerned, but I think he picked up 1.
I think he lost a yard, actually, because Gary Ward, I mean, you can see, he breaks a tackle. Beautiful spin move by John. Gets out. There's no options. All he can do is try to get back to the line of scrimmage, and that big boy, once again, number 9, Gary Warden, shoves him out of bounds, and he doesn't even get back to the line of scrimmage.
So Jund now has officially ran more times than he's thrown. in this game, which maybe is a bit of a sign.
And you can see the difference in strength, and he's still not scared to go at defensive linemen, at linebackers. And you saw how hard Warden threw him out of bounds there.
And he takes off again. Trent Durfee meets him after a gain of 5.
Seems like he's feeling like he's going to have to put this offense on his back for them to do anything.
You just kind of sense that, right? That he's taking that mentality of, all right, we're going to adjust mid-game. And Western, they've won some wild contests over the last couple of seasons, so they're certainly not out of it by any stretch. Needing that spark, does it come here? It's 3rd down and 5. Jun, 5 for 8 through the air today.
Another big 3rd down for Western.
McPhee motions out, empty with 5 wide. It's a slant across the middle, and making a huge 3rd down connection is Blake Sentman, the senior.
Again, John Jun using all of his skills and tools, finding another wide receiver on the quick slant. That's really all you need on a short 3rd down.
Spread everybody out, let your quarterback go to work. That vision that Jund has is just so impressive.
Maybe we should tell the coaches what we were talking about earlier. Spread that offense. They are right next to us.
They maybe can hear us. I don't know. Maybe there's a feed going out. Jund has started every game the last 3 years for Ryan Norse and Western. Here's another play fake. Jund will throw on the run. A dangerous throw that's caught on the sideline by Trey Mounts into Carroll territory to the 40.
That just may be what this Western offense needs. Mounts super pumped out of that play. Jun made a absolutely beautiful throw here with the play fake. Rolls out to the right. Nothing, and then fits this ball between 2 defenders to Mounts on the sideline. Just an absolute dime from John Jun.
The perfect throw and catch that the Bulldogs were looking for. At the 40-yard line, just over 3 minutes to go in this first half.
This could be the moment that Western's looking for.
They run it to the far side. Seems that Neville has gone airborne more often than not. He's been put in the air. That's his 8th carry. Not much, though, for Neville today. 8 carries, just 23 yards. This is a guy that averaged over 5 yards a carry last year, nearly had 1,000 yards. All-conference player. It's actually a transfer from Nevada. Played for the Wolfpack from 2016 to 2019.
He's got the speed, he's got the quickness, he's got the size. The problem is the Saints have the size on the defensive line, and they can't seem to get those offensive linemen to create space for him.
After the pickup of 3, 2nd and 7 for Jun. Exclusively from the shotgun. Play fake, takes a shot down the field, and it's just over the head. And incomplete. Looking for Isaiah Thomas. And he had him.
Jun had to get rid of this ball. He did have pressure coming in his face. His wide receiver made a beautiful move on the outside. He had him on the post corner, but just overthrows him. Usually when you have pressure in your face, you tend to maybe let go of that release a little bit higher, and that ball kind of sailed on him going out of bounds.
So it's 3rd and 7, another key 3rd down, and it looks like that the Bulldogs want to take some time to talk about it. 3rd down's been a good spot for them this year, especially in this game. It was last year, and they're 5 for 7 here in the first half. How rare is it that you have a team that has more total yards? They've dominated time of possession. They're 5 of 7 on 3rd down, but Austin, they have no points.
Well, the biggest thing is the Carroll College Fighting Saints defense is making the stops when they need to. Yes, they've been giving up yards, and like we spoke about earlier, that first drive was big, but this Western is driving here. But the biggest thing is Carroll hasn't given up the big play. When John Jun has had wide receivers open or had holes to run in, they are closed very quickly. And we'll see if the Saints can continue that on probably one of the biggest 3rd downs of the half so far.
That's a great point you make up as far as the no big plays. The Bulldogs have not had a play of over 20 yards so far in this first half. And Carroll, they have done a really nice job defensively. You talk about revenge and everything, and Carroll's showing out.
Absolutely. I think we've been watching. I don't think Jun has – that last throw, if that was completed, would have been, but I don't think I've seen a pass over 6-7 yards. So I think the biggest plays they've had are him using his feet.
5 for 7 on 3rd down. This is a big one. On the outside field goal range, this could be 4-down territory. Jund will bring Masterson in motion. And it's a designed quarterback draw as Jund lowers his shoulder and he picks up. You know the decision was already for a fourth down without third down play call.
Absolutely. Interesting play call. QB run. The up front boys of the Saints defensive line here. Those guys are really good. They may not have size to really block.
Fourth on fourth down last year. A big moment in this game, late stages of the opening half. 4th down and 2. Jund will throw for it. Now he scampers outside, trying to get the edge. He does, and he'll pick up another first down. Boy, John Jund is gritty.
We keep saying it. I mean, he is just not afraid. He takes it to the outside. Obviously, his first option wasn't open. Of course, he's going to use his legs. He just lowers his shoulder into the DB and says, you know what? I'm picking up this first down, whatever it takes.
Well, you made the comment a couple minutes ago. He's putting the team on his back or feels like he needs to. His play is showing out as well. As now, it looks like Western's going to play the clock game. Take this down as long as they can. 1:08 to go. They go inside Neville. And you think the urgency, though, has to start going if you're Western. You're under a minute to go in this first half. 2 timeouts and still have 25 yards left.
Yeah, you're not trying to get a field goal here, so I'm not really sure why we would do a running play with under a minute to go with Neville and something that's not been working the entire half. So a little confused on that play.
It's a gain of a couple, and the clock continues to wind. 40 seconds left in the opening half. Western offense has been shut out. They were not shut out of a half all of last year. Jund goes right side this time, finds his tight end, Masterson. First catch of the game and just the 5th of the 3-year career for Nate Masterson. But it's a 1st and goal now for the Dogs.
That's something you need to insert when your offense is not really, performing the way it's used to. You insert that tight end, fits his way into the little bit of a zone defense. We call that go find a hole. Finds his hole, Jund finds him. First down. And Montana Western is driving.
At the 13, marked him out just shy. The clock rolling, though. 16 seconds left. Jund, he'll take a shot. Corner of the end zone. It is caught, but incomplete. Out of bounds was Benedict. It was a great ball to the corner. But he ran out of room, and it's 2nd down with 12 seconds remaining.
I think they realized that the clock was running, and they were running out of time, so they want to get that ball snapped quickly. Give your receiver a shot if it's overthrown or if he catches and he's out of bounds. Here's the thing. You still have a couple more plays to try to get in the end zone.
We mentioned it wasn't the last play call. It was the one before that. The 30 seconds just bled off. Down to 12 seconds left. Western does have 2 timeouts. 2nd and 10 at the 13.
This is big for momentum factors going into halftime.
Carroll will get the ball to start the second half. Here's Jund. Pressure up the middle. He's flushed out and will just scamper out of bounds. That play took 7 seconds. And now the ultimate gamble is going to come from Ryan Norris. What do you do with 6 seconds remaining? Do you take the 3 points and get on the board? Do you try and run 2 plays, or do you go all in for 1 play right here?
I think you go all in for 1 play right here. You try to find somebody in the end zone because you tell your quarterback here, look, if your first read's not there, you have to either hit your second read or maybe you have to take off and try to find the end zone because otherwise we're going to be out of time. So this is the play for Montana Western. Otherwise, they're just going to kick the field goal, take 3 points going into halftime.
Here's Jund with 6 seconds left in the opening half. 4 receivers out there. He'll go quick to the end zone. It's incomplete. The good news for Jund and the Bulldogs is that play took a total of 2 seconds.
That's the not going for it all on 1 play. Looking for 2 spots there. Just a quick, 1-step drop fade. I think he was looking for the back shoulder, and I don't think he was on the same page with his wide receiver.
Felt that time was maybe more the priority than the execution of the play call. Hey, we need to get this out quick to make sure they have a chance at a field goal.
And that was their 1 play. They are going to take the 3 points heading into halftime. If they make the kick, of course.
John Mears He's 4 for 7 as long as 34 yards. This will be a 26-yard try from the right hash. Good snap, good hold, plenty of leg on that kick. It's up, and it is good. So that takes us to the end of the first half. We saw a little bit of everything, and this clash between the top two in the preseason poll has lived up to the hype as Carroll leading Western 10-3. They did it with a couple of big-time plays defensively to start, and then there was the monster going to the All-American Tony Collins. His touchdown, the only one that we had in the first half of play between these two teams. It's the Carroll defense that won the first half. Adjustments, always the name of the game. We're going to find out what Austin Parr and both teams have in store for adjustments when you come back here on SWX. Time from Nelson Stadium here in Helena, Montana. Riley Corcoran, Austin Parr, happy to be with you. It's the sun-filled day here in Helena, and also reason for celebration is the first day that beer has been sold in the stadium here, so people are really taking in a late summer, early fall afternoon here in our state's capital.
They're bringing that tailgate into the stands. Lewis and Clark Brewery, big sponsorship coming out here today with they had some celebrations. Beautiful day for football. Beautiful first half. A lot of adjustments to be made for both teams. Seemed like Montana Western dominated that first half offensively, but yet they only came out with 3 points.
There's one stat that really pops off the page of something I don't know if I've ever seen before. In the first half, the time of possession, 23 minutes to just 6.5 for Carroll. I mean, Western dominated. They had the football the entire time, yet they're trailing 10-3 in this one. That says a lot about the Saints' defense, but also how frustrating for Western.
Absolutely. We only got 6 minutes of Perka. I mean, that's what everybody wants to see, especially the Fighting Saints fans. But, yes, that Montana Western offense, they're trying to be run dominant, but that big defensive line for Carroll College is giving them trouble. They can't find any holes. The only one that's finding holes is the third part of that triple threat, Mr. John Junn himself, pretty much putting the offense on his back so far. I think the biggest adjustment for Montana Western in the second half is maybe some blocking schemes, maybe pulling some guards, doing some sweeps, tosses, maybe even if they have, inserting a little RPO for John Junn, giving him a different look, just so maybe he can get on the outside. Because in the first half, I feel like that's where he was most successful, was when he got out on the play action and went on the outside.
And we're going to see, too, how important is this first possession for Carroll. Because if they go up by 2 scores again and eliminate it, it's going to be something else as far as trying to make it a 2-score game. as we look at some of the stats, what's coming up, John Junn, 89 yards through the air, 47 more on the ground. But as you mentioned, all but 12 plays were in his hands by the end of it. I mean, he has his hands in everything. When you look at Carroll, Jack Perka, 5 for 7 through the air, 5 different receivers he's went to. A big one to Tony Collins. You've heard about Tony Collins. You've talked about Tony Collins. It's pretty impressive to watch in person.
It's hard for, he's been a while being a senior, going to be a big target for Perka all season long. I was a tight end myself, and we were always kind of that final option. Sometimes we got to run block, sometimes we do get to catch passes, but for Perka, Tony Collins is going to be a big target.
We've got a one-score game, which should be no surprise when talking about Frontier Conference football. Pretty amazing. Last year, there were 40 Frontier Conference games. 19 of them were decided by 8 points or less. So one-score games throughout. Everyone's so close in this league. And I'll tell you what, through 30 minutes of football, Austin, your main observation from two teams, they look very evenly matched, and a very good reason of why they were 1-2 in the poll.
Absolutely. I mean, those close games, Carroll had their hands in a lot of those last year. Losing by a combined 13 points. It's obvious that these two are the two top dogs, pun intended, for the Frontier Conference. They both look great so far. I mean, the offense from Montana Western struggling a little bit, but their defense is holding. They've only allowed 7 points. We are talking so much about that Montana Western offense, but the Montana Western defense is also something that we had questions about heading into the game because they lost a lot of seniors. And so far, so good. They've held up to the test.
Total yards, 175 for the Dogs, 102 for Carroll. But again, a lot of that has to go to the dominant time of possession. Western was just on the field for so much more than Carroll was, 4 times the amount of time that the Saints were on the field. Let's look at the schedule for the Frontier Conference. Of course, a full slate of games, 4 games every single weekend, and 3 more happening today, Austin.
Absolutely. We got Montana Western at College of Idaho. The Northern Lights taking on the Yotes. Montana Tech at Eastern Oregon. That should be a great matchup. Rocky Mountain, also a great matchup against Southern Oregon. And then, of course, we're already here. Montana Western, biggest game circled on the calendar against Carroll College here. good. It's exciting.
Certainly the crown jewels where we're at, but Rocky Mountain College, the other ranked team in the Frontier, they actually chartered a flight to go to Oregon, so that one a little bit interesting. We'll check that score shortly. Tech at Eastern Oregon, always interesting. Northern College of Idaho. We'll just see how it all kind of shakes out because, again, the rest of this league so very evenly matched.
Well, the biggest thing with Northern, too, is a brand-new head coach coming into this year. How can they find a way to turn that program around? They have a beautiful facility. We checked in on them in the preseason and excited to see what they look like.
Well, Jerome Sowers, when you get the all-time winningest coach in Big Sky Conference history to come up to Havre to take on that program at MSU Northern, when you surround yourself with good coaches, wins should come. Northern has had a tough stretch for them, but we'll see if and when a breakthrough moment happens. For Carroll, you just look at the schedule. This game's so important as well. Austin, this is their only home game in 28 days. They have road games at Tech and at Eastern Oregon with a bye sandwiched in as well. So you need to take care of your home turf. Just the mindset of winning this game compared to losing, then having to go on the road and not home again for 4 weeks. It's massive for the season for Troy Purcell.
It's a big confidence booster. That's going to be the thing for Carroll if they can hold on. It's going to be a big second half, obviously. But like you said, they're going to be on the road. I mean, they were one of the best teams in the Frontier Conference at home, especially under Coach Troy Purcell. They take care of business at home. The biggest question that I actually talked to Coach Purcell in the offseason was, can we win on the road? What have you been implementing to make sure that this team can finish on the road? I won't tell you what he said, but we'll have to see later on in the season if they can actually pull it off.
Really good broadcast tease. That was very nice. They'll go on the road at Montana Tech next week. But for the task at hand, it's Western trying to get a win in Helena. They have just one win here since 2004. They've got some work to do as the preseason favorites. Halftime continues from Helena on the other side of the break with the Saints top.
Stay tuned for SWX Tonight. Highlights and scores from all of the action across the Treasure State. Join Sean Rainey, Zach Kaplan, Alex Eshelman, and Richard Tiemann every weeknight at 10:30 p.m. right here on SWX Montana, your statewide leader in live local sports.
I make sure to tune in. You know, if I'm busy throughout the course of the day, that's my one-stop shop for everything around the state of Montana. Make sure to check out SWX Tonight. So we welcome you back. Halftime, 10-3, the lead for Carroll. Now, for us, wish they would have gotten in the poll, then we could have a ranked matchup, but they were just one vote outside the top 25. So this is essentially number 17 against number 26. And we take a look at the coaches' poll of what came up. It's very important for folks that are just maybe tuning in. This is a big-time matchup, and this is the only time that these two are playing this year.
I mean, this may be, a bigger pull to these guys than the NAIA. Of course, they want to be ranked preseason, but you've got to prove yourself, right? When Montana Western, they're ranked 17 in the NAIA, they have to manage the expectations of, like, they are good. They're expected to be good. And so far in this first half, have they looked great? I mean, no, they're struggling a little bit. As the number one top dog in the Frontier Conference, Carroll's right there, right behind him in the coaches poll. 3 votes. I mean, we're talking 1 vote splitting these two teams. That's the magnitude of this game. This is how big this is, and this environment, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better Saturday.
And what's so unique about this is historically, it's been Carroll. I mean, Carroll has dominated this rivalry over Western, and in fact, you look at what they did. They won 18 straight over the Dogs from 05 to 2015. And so winning here is hard to come by. And yes, Western's program has certainly taken a big leap, but to win here is another kind of notch on the belt they want to try and get. It won't come easy here. So we looked, not many highlights from the opening half, but I tell you what, Austin, we found the ones, and you know the guys in the truck got it figured out, but great defensive plays, offensive plays. See if we can get the first half highlights from what we saw in this one.
One of the unique things that I've noticed here at Carroll Stadium is you get to sit right behind the end zone. You are right there, as you can see, live in the end zone, getting a first-hand look at each team. It's pretty amazing. It's a beautiful day. Got this beautiful backdrop here at Carroll College. You enjoying yourself? You having a good time?
This is hard to beat. It was worth the drive coming up from Missoula this morning, and I mean, college football ready to go. I think the buzz is obviously there, and when you start with pretty much a full Frontier slate, I thought that within the state of Montana that it was heightened maybe more than other states. As we get a look at some of these first half highlights, take us through what you're seeing.
That was one of the great passes by John. John fits it in a tight window, but this is what we saw all the first half, is him using his legs and not being afraid to lower his pads and take on a hit. Short passes from Montana Western, really all Carroll would let them have. That was the one big play of the first half, the Trey Mounts little swing pass. But there's John again, once again, that stout defensive line of Carroll College, not giving him a lot of time to throw. And then the biggest play of the first half, John was taking the offense down the field, and what the Carroll College Fighting Saints preach: get your hand on the ball. If you can't catch it, let one of your teammates catch it or pick it off for you. He had the interception there. And for the Carroll College Fighting Saints offense, they haven't seen the field a lot. Jack Perka's only seen the field for 6 minutes. He's made 5 out of 7 throws. The biggest one, obviously, to Tony Collins there. Breaks that tackle, gets our only touchdown of the first half.
14 plays. That is all that Carroll ran in the first half, yet they have a 7-point lead, and they'll have the football when we come back. Don't go anywhere. The start of the second half between Western and Carroll comes to you next here on SWX. ready to roll for the start of the second half here from Bradley Corcoran, Austin Parr, and our fantastic SWX team. So happy to bring you college football here on opening day. One of 4 games in the Frontier, the top 2 in the preseason poll. It's the reigning champs, Western, that has some work to do. They held the ball for over 23 minutes in the opening half, Austin Parr, yet they only have 3 points to show for it, and they're in a 7-point hole.
Carroll's going to get the ball to start the second half, and I don't want to jump too far ahead, but this could be possibly one of the biggest possessions just for the momentum factor of this game. If Carroll goes down and scores a touchdown, we're going to see a little bit of desperation maybe from John Jund and that Montana Western offense.
And we've seen him try and put the team on his back, but you're right, it would be to a completely different level. It's the reigning Frontier Offensive Player of the Year, the quarterback for the Bulldogs. He's had the ball in his hands a lot, but it's been Carroll that has stood tall in front of this home crowd. This is their only home game in the first 4 weeks of the season, trying to take advantage of it. Western was such a great year, making the playoffs in 2002. First time doing so in 19 years, but this has been a hard place for them to win. Just 1 win here in Helena since 2004.
And you can see why. I mean, Carroll plays great at home. That is what they are known for, especially under head coach Troy Purcell. That's going to be the biggest thing, we were talking about earlier, is them being able to finish on the road. But for the most part, so far, they've been taking care of business at home for the first half.
Troy Purcell, 4 years leading Carroll. His previous 3, all winning records. We're underway here in the start of the second half as that kick will just drift into the end zone.
That's going to sail out of bounds, or was that a touchback?
Said it just snuck inside the pylon. So Carroll's offense will come out. We touched on it at halftime, but Jack Perka has not been out there very much for the limited plays we have seen. I've been really impressed. He hasn't looked like a sophomore from a poise standpoint.
Absolutely. I mean, he's not going to just take that first read and fire the ball if it's not there. We saw him look multiple times on multiple looks, and he also's got Matt Burgess coming off a big injury to back him up. I mean, if you can set up the running game, that's only going to settle Jack in more. Mr. Perka, or Sunshine, as we like to call him in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
5-2 was a starter last year as a true freshman. Put into that role in the 4th game. It's a handoff. This will be to Duncan Kraft. Try and get the edge of the outside, push backwards for Kraft. He's their leading rusher last year. Just 4 carries for 3 yards. He's been stuffed by this Western front.
Well, if you take a look at the replay, I think Montana Western kind of knows what Carroll wants to do. They want to establish the run there. Their defensive lineman got off the ball so quickly there. Stuffed that hole. Really nowhere to go for Kraft.
So behind the chains now, 2nd and 12. Perka has worked on mastering the offense. It seemed last year when he was thrown into that freshman role, it was trial by fire. Now it's wanting to learn and understand a bit more.
And fire he was. He performed really well last season.
Across the middle, there's the safety valve, Tony Collins. He's caught the only touchdown in this game so far. This one, a minimal gain back to the original line of scrimmage. Will set up 3rd and 10.
Love that term, safety valve, for a tight end. That is absolutely money.
He secures the catch right across the middle. Collins. You've got a 3-time All-Conference and an All-American tight end. That's the guy to go to.
If I'm a redshirt sophomore and, my options aren't open, I'm looking for the biggest guy in the field, and that's Tony Collins.
Tony Collins, his 2nd catch today. He has 980 yards for his career, so we're on 1,000-yard watch for the senior tight end. 3rd and 9 upcoming.
Possibly the biggest 3rd down of the opening half so far.
Carroll 1 for 3 on 3rd down, and they waited too long. Coach Purcell livid as he rips off the headset.
Purcell was pointing at both play clocks. Maybe they were opposite a bit. I'm not really sure, to be honest.
He's saying they weren't synced. Regardless.
Still going to fall on the quarterback's shoulders always. You're always going to fall the captain. He is the captain, appointed captain early in the offseason, Jack Perka.
The 2nd penalty for Carroll. Oh, it's 3rd and a mile. 3rd and 14 officially. Opening drive of this 3rd quarter. Perka with a little time runs out of it, checks it down. Can Kraft create? Gets a lot of yardage back. But Austin, it's not going to be enough.
Not going to be crafty enough to get the first down. Great play call. Screen play on 3rd down. The Montana Western defense did great at rallying to the football here as you see Kraft catch a screen, reads his blockers really well, but the outside linebackers close in on him really quick. Carroll comes up short. They're going to have to punt the ball on 4th down.
Just what the doctor ordered for first-year defensive coordinator Riley Martello. In fact, this is his first game calling the plays for the Western defense.
And this is my first game calling a football game.
You guys are right next to each other in the booth together. High arcing punt called for a fair catch by Trey Mounts, and that's where Western will take over with 12:31 to go, and this really is what it's going to come down to. We know this Carroll defense is where they hang their hat. This Western offense is why they've had so much success. John Jund has led this juggernaut to averaging nearly 40 points per game last year, yet they're still looking for their first touchdown. This game's going to be won or lost right here with the Western offense.
Well, you speak about won or lost. I think it's won or lost with this offensive line. They have not been able to block the Carroll College defensive front all game long so far. Let's see if they make any adjustments, if they're still going to try to be run dominant, or if they're just going to let John Jund be the powerhouse that he is.
Jund, the senior from Spring Creek, Nevada, will give this one off to Reese Neville. A Nevada flavor is Neville, and he transferred from Nevada. He's a Nevada native, so that's where their backfield's going from down in Dillon.
This is exactly what we saw in the first half, trying to establish the run. You know, Neville's got, you know, the speed and the quickness and the agility, but when you have 4 defenders coming at you, how are you supposed to gain any yards? And right there, you know, he lost the yard.
Neville has been bottled up today. 9 carries, 27 yards, but none for more than 7 yards.
I think he's ran a little more horizontally than vertically so far.
The lack of big plays been a huge difference for Western. Jund drops back, runs out of time, and another sack. The 3rd sack of the game for this Carroll defense. It comes at an opportune time.
6.5 sacks led the team last year, Mr. Warden. Wasn't going to let John Jund escape that one. I think a couple of times in the first half they were arm tackling. Cannot arm tackle somebody as skilled as John Jund.
Warden 6'4", 260 out of Laramie, Wyoming. A force in the middle, and Western has had nowhere to go. It's 3rd and 13. 4 receivers for Jund. Pressure comes, Jund double clutches and goes down. Back-to-back sacks, and what a play by Jacob Resch, the junior from Billings.
Huge stop for Carroll on 3rd down. That pressure is really mounting, and just what we talked about, that offensive line is failing to give John Jund holes and failing to give him protection. When you don't have protection, no matter how skilled you are, you're going to struggle, and that's what we're watching here with the Montana Western offense.
So it backs the Dogs up all the way inside their own 20. And the field position game could be flipped as a beauty. Calling for a fair catch, going to the ground just in time is Harrison. And with 10:27 to go in the 3rd quarter, it's Carroll flexing their muscles, holding on. They
This Frontier Conference football matchup is brought to you in part by University of Montana Western. Montana Western, a remarkably different kind of university. Speaking of different kind, we're looking at a different kind of offense from Montana Western. One of the leading offenses last year in the Frontier Conference, and yet is struggling here to start the second half as Carroll College opens with the inside handoff stuffed by the defensive line of Montana Western.
And I tell you what, the story is now becoming Carroll's defense. I mean, we've been talking about Western's offense for good reason, but Carroll last year, you look at the numbers they put up, and now this is a statement, what they've done. And yes, there's a lot of game to go, but this Western offense has looked lost so far in this game.
Shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves, but you're absolutely correct. That's the biggest point, and that's what we talked about pregame. How is that defensive line going to stop that run-heavy offense? And we spoke to them in revenge. The revenge is looking like it's working so far.
Second and 13, and Perka hit as he throws. The ball is loose. There's no whistle for the time being. And finally, it comes in late. One of those, we've seen that in the college game and the program.
Incomplete pass. They always want to let that play progress and let it play out before they make the actual call. Don't believe it's going to be a touchdown.
See when the dust settles
here. The
here.
duck rule there.
Yes. Patriots and Raiders fans have mixed feelings when they hear that.
Especially when they hear, was it Inside the Huddle with Tom Brady or Inside?
Yes.
On ESPN when he jokes about how much that call has changed his career.
Yeah, finally admitted it. 3rd and 13. Both offense trying to find some rhythm. It's been a day of the defense. 3rd and long, Perka wiggles out of it, hit as he throws again. This time it's incomplete. So it's the Western front, and Reese Arts able to let out a little bit of emotion as they get a quick 3 and out and get the ball right back to the Dogs.
Player to watch, Reese Arts gets that pressure on the defensive line. The biggest thing there, that's 2 plays in a row where Perka had no time to throw the ball. Receiver was actually open there. If he had a little bit more time, probably would have been able to find him, but Carroll's going to have to punt on 4th down.
And we'll see if field position can get flipped on either side here with 9:30 to go in the 3rd quarter. Angling out to the right, booting this one away. Fair catch by Mounts at the 30-yard line, and we'll step aside. So both teams punt to start the 3rd quarter. The Western offense has some work to do, trailing by 7. Good. Great job. Great job. Great. .22 to go in the 3rd quarter. Only 1 touchdown has been scored so far. I think if I would have told you that pregame, you wouldn't have believed it. Austin Parr, Riley Corcoran back with you on SWX. Happy you're with us here for the season opener for the top 2 teams in the Frontier. The lone touchdown came at the hands of Tony Collins back in the second quarter, but this high-flying Bulldog offense that averaged 39 points per game last year still looking to find the end zone. John Junn, the reigning Frontier Offensive Player of the Year and an All-American, leads him back out there, and inside give for 2 to start it out.
Looks like they're going to stick with that run-heavy plan because the biggest, if they can gain 3 to 4 yards per carry, that's going to give Junn the opportunity for that play-action pass and for him to find receivers like Trey Mounts on the outside.
The gain of 3, Junn today, 8 of 14 through the air. 15 more carries for just 34 yards on the ground. Austin's mentioned it multiple times. The lack of a big play. There has not been a play for Western that has went over 20 yards in this game. We're halfway through the third quarter. 2nd and 8, a quick play fake for Junn. Far side of the field, somehow holding on to make that catch, Isaiah Thomas. Zach Spearoff, the talented corner from right here in Helena, tried to rip it away, but held on for the catch.
Heck of a defensive play. Almost got the tip and misses the interception, but yeah, very close to a horse collar there. Very great play by the defender, but, that receiver made a great play to hold on to that ball. Brings up a 3rd down and short, which is what Montana Western is looking for, these short 3rd downs so they can use Junn and that running offense to convert.
Dogs are 5 for 10 on 3rd down. They've misfired, though, on their last 3. Whistles will stop it, and you can tell that Ryan Norris, this is a big enough play where he is going to use one of those valuable timeouts.
Always very interesting to see a coach call a timeout early to go, midway to go in the third quarter. That's something that could come back to bite them later on in the game. This must be a very big play of emphasis for that Montana Western head coach.
Well, and you look for it. Ryan Norris, again, 9th year at the helm, the winningest coach in school history, 2nd longest tenure. It's been cool for someone that's followed Frontier Conference football for a while to see it all come full circle and to see Western have some success. They obviously struggled in the early 2000s, but they've turned it around. 3 straight winning seasons, most wins in 19 years, first title last year. And the title defense starts right now.
Yeah, we've heard plenty of times, around other sports, trust the process, right? It's all about, it's the same thing that Coach Sowers is trying to do up in Montana Northern. So trust the process. It takes a while to build a program, and we're seeing the product of what's been built over the last, 8 to 10 years.
A big-time play upcoming. What does the senior quarterback have in store on 3rd and short? It's a bullet across the middle. It's incomplete. Maybe a little bit too much velocity. He was looking for Elijah Benedict, but they called a timeout and then misfire on 3rd down, punting unit on the field.
Yeah, I think this ball was a bit underthrown. This had to be a one-stop drop for John Junn and get the ball out quickly. Underthrown, a little bit behind the receiver. Junn actually thought that his receiver was held on the play but didn't get the call. Montana Western will punt on 4th down.
So it's another punt here for the Bulldogs. Pressure comes, and this one off the side of the foot. See what kind of bounce it takes. It's a Carroll bounce with some backspin on it.
Not a very good punt right there. That's going to give Carroll some great field possession to start. And let's see if they can get a little spark of their own, because their offense is tending to have a little bit of struggle as well.
7:42 to go. There's still plenty of time. It just felt like out of the locker room, I think, maybe, Austin, we expected more offensive flow, and it's actually been the defenses that have gotten better, and there's been the defenses that have made the right adjustments in the first couple possessions.
Speaking of getting better, that's what they worked on all off season long. They know the matchup of week 1. They're circling this on their calendars well before they even get into spring ball. They're making the adjustments not only in the classroom, but in the weight room.
Fresh set of downs, new drive begins. Good field position. And the run for 2 up the middle is jawing back and forth. Jack Perka leading the way. The Saints have really been rotating their running backs in, as Duncan Kraft will come back in the lineup.
You always love when there's chirping going on, away from the play. Has nothing to do with what happened, but maybe there's a little bit of rivalry there, a little bit of bitter taste in their mouths.
That was the talk all week and really all offseason. That first team on your schedule, whether they're a natural rival or not, they become one because you're see their name on the schedule so much is a unique play. They tried to hand that one off inside. It goes nowhere. So this Western front now starting to stand tall, and it's 3rd and 10.
I'm not really sure if that was so much the Western front. They tried to do a little end-around handoff. I believe the offensive lineman completely missed his block. He was supposed to be blocking to the inside. He blocked to the outside, which made the receiver not be able to read how he's supposed to block. You want to get your receiver to the outside. You got to block that position, that linebacker on the inside to give him space to run.
3rd and 10 for the Saints in Perka. They converted a 3rd and 10 for a touchdown earlier on. This one comes from their own 41. Play action. Perka running out of time. Corkscrews throws this one short. Looking for Duncan Kraft, but he was again hit awkwardly as he throws. Cue up the highlight reel again. It's another punt that's on the way with 6:16 remaining.
This is why we watch football, right? To just watch who can punt it farther?
Right. So, some might.
Well, for Perka there, the biggest thing is he's got to step up in the pocket a little more. You have a clock in your head as a quarterback that you know that 3 seconds, I either got to make a play, release the ball, or maybe even scramble outside the pocket. He can't just sit there and let that defensive line, the offensive line can only hold those defenders for so long.
So again, looking for maybe some fireworks in the special teams portion, as that one is partially tipped. It'll get down to the 30-yard line. And that's where this drive will begin. You got to wonder, do you take a shot? Do you pull off the gloves? Do you run a trick play? What do you do if you're Western at this point? You know you have the weapons. You've got the talent, but clearly you need a spark in some area.
I mean, you're talking about a spark. What better spark than running a trick play?
Yeah.
And how about a trick play of maybe Trey Mounts throwing the ball back to John Junn and seeing how that works, or anything of that sorts. Running the ball up the middle on 1st down clearly does not work, has not helped John Junn get into space. How are you going to utilize your best weapon in one of the best quarterbacks in the Frontier Conference?
Time's starting to run out with 6 minutes left to go in a 3rd quarter. It just feels like everything tightening up within this stadium. Rush comes, Junn eludes it, but there is just purple jersey swarming him all over the place, Austin.
You can only break so many tackles. You can only be so skilled, especially, I'm not saying he's small, but a quarterback of that size is not going to match up to a Gary Warden who's 6'4", 260 pounds. It just doesn't happen like that.
Well, a loss of 1 makes it 2nd and 11. 10-3 the score. This was the lowest offensive output for Western in the regular season last year, where they scored 26 points. Got a long ways to go for that, with 5:22 remaining in this 3rd quarter. Junn readies everybody. Inside give.
Neville.
It's Neville, his 11th carry of this game. Then picks up
nowhere to go. I mean, there's got to be someone in that Montana Western sideline or coaching staff or something that's got to say, look, these boys on the defensive line are not going to let us run all over them. That's the emphasis. We can see that. How do we get our quarterback into space and finding wide receivers, as we see Montana Western about to line up in a trips left formation, single receiver on the outside? Maybe this is the play that gets them going.
They need it on 3rd down and 9. Junn with pressure coming, gets it to Mounts. First time we've said his name in a while, but a swarm of Saints stops Mounts short, and the punt team comes on again.
I think the biggest thing for that play is a testament to the defensive line, right? So they know that John Junn is not going to have a lot of time, so they can't let his receivers get downfield. Their only option on 3rd and long is a screen play, and unfortunately it looks like Mounts was hurt on the play. Hopefully he is okay.
Rex Irby, the senior from Boise, all-conference performer. He's been in the mix, went to Bishop Kelly High School. You're right. We do have a player down for what has been the first time today, knock on wood. The first game of the year, you worry, this heat, cramping, all of that stuff. We have
never know what pregame meal could come up. I've been a part of that before.
A little bit of everything. There's a lot of different areas. But regardless, it's going to be 4th down. And
And let me set something straight. That pregame meal, I'm saying, can lead to, you having a lot of sodium in your body, cramping comes up, not what everyone else was thinking I was talking about.
Clarifying, of course. Mounts limping, needs help, and certainly not doctors up here, but would be hard-pressed to think that he would come back into this one. Great sportsmanship across the board, not only the fans, but training staffs helping out Mounts and the Carroll players as well.
You never want to see injuries, right? No matter how bitter the rivalry is. Great sportsmanship from Carroll there, helmets off, taking a knee right next to him. Just exactly what you want to see in a football game like this.
So it's been Eddie Dewar that has been really busy in this game. 3 punts for him. This will be his 4th. Carroll brings a little pressure. Longest punt of the day is more of a line drive kick. Returned by Harrison, but a good open field tackle by the Dogs and making sure he went nowhere. James Oakes.
Nowhere to go there on the return. I'm not really sure what happened to his blockers there, but he had to choose which defender he was going to try to shake, and unfortunately, he picked the wrong one.
With 4:12 to go, Carroll, it's been the same storyline. Feels like rinse and repeat every possession in the third quarter. Carroll trying to go up 2 possessions, Western trying to find some life. We have seen neither here in this third quarter.
We need a jolt.
We do.
Each offense needs a jolt. We need a jolt up here.
You're on energy drink duty as Burgess gets this handoff. So for Burgess, it's worth repeating the story for him. He was hurt against Western, a season-ending knee injury. He's had over 1,800 rush yards in just 16 games played, an All-American in the spring. He's working his way back, and you can tell it's a limited role today. That was just his 3rd carry of the game. I think only 2 or 3 series we've seen him out there.
Biggest thing, too, is they haven't had the ball. Montana Western has dominated on the offensive possession so far. This is only the 3rd time, really, we're seeing an actual deep possession or a possession in the second half for Carroll.
2nd down and 10. Perka has some time, lofts it deep downfield, taking a shot, and incomplete. It was one-on-one coverage.
It was great defense by that defensive back there. I think Perka missed his first read, which was a post corner on a near sideline. He waited, didn't even actually look on the right side. Took an absolute shot once he released that ball. Hand grabbing there, some may say pass interference. I think it was a great defensive play, brings up 3rd down.
And that was a linebacker in coverage too, and Cameron Rouser, junior from Townsend, making a big-time play. Sets up 3rd and 9, and now it's Troy Purcell that wants to take a timeout. So both head coaches now have utilized a timeout on a crucial 3rd down here in this third quarter.
Again, it's just a weird call, and maybe he knows something that I don't. We're deep in our own territory. It's 3rd and long. Is it really necessary to bring out your best play maybe, or you need more time, on a 3rd down like this? We will see, though.
Be interesting. See what Coach Purcell comes up with. These Saints picked 2nd in the preseason poll. They won the Frontier Conference in the spring. That was their first title since 2014. So you look at it, they're the last 2 champions of the Frontier Conference going at it. They've also had 3 straight winning seasons. And those 4 losses last year, it's amazing, right? Because in the history books, we're going to look back and say, hey, the 2021 season for Carroll was 6-4, cut and dry. But if you look a little bit closer, those 4 losses being by a total of 13 points, you're a play here, a play there away from potentially a playoff berth, potentially a share of a conference title. So the narrative can be flipped, and we always say every play matters. I think Carroll was an epitome of that last year.
Absolutely, but the thing is those first 4 games is kind of what cost them for the regular season, right? Insert Jack Perka after 4 games, and I believe that he won 5 out of 6. So that was the answer there towards the end of the season, but that's why this game is so big.
And just like what happened to Western, Carroll calls a timeout to set up a 3rd down play. It goes nowhere. In fact, it goes backwards thanks to a sack by the Dogs. That's the first time here in this third quarter. Perka goes down.
First time for a sack and a notch sack, but not the first time that that Perka has gone down. He's been getting pressured a lot. Every time he's released the ball, he's been getting hit and hit hard. For those of you at home that can't see that.
So another punt, rugby-style kick. Fair catch called for. And talk about trying to gain some field position, some momentum. Well, they flipped the field a little bit. They've at least started now at the 50. So a short field with 2:37 to go if you're John John.
If you're John John, you really got to look to get to the outside. I know you have an offensive coordinator. I know you have a head coach, but maybe suggest, like, look, this is what I'm seeing. This is how we can attack this Carroll defense. Maybe they think that they can get, a little bit of matchups on the outside. Something's got to happen for this offense, or else they're just going to continue to struggle if they try to run the ball on first and second down. It's just not working.
With no Trey Mounts as well, the playmakers, at least on the wide receivers, see who can step up for John Jund. Best starting field position of the day. Jund looking to take a shot, heaves it downfield, has a man, it's incomplete.
The ball was a bit underthrown. He did have a receiver open early. I believe that he waited just a second too long, and he underthrew the ball, which allowed the defender to get back there and put a hand on it.
Was looking for Isaiah Thomas.
If he released that ball right there half a second earlier, he would have had his man, but he releases it just a little bit too late, underthrows the ball, which doesn't give his receiver the chance to go high point the football in the end zone. Almost costs John John a turnover.
A great play by Lidl, the junior from Corvallis in the secondary. 2nd and 10 play. This time they'll run it with Colton McPhee. McPhee out of Columbia Falls. Last year nearly had 600 yards. Today, struggling as he has just 7 yards rushing.
It's another testament. Rinse and repeat what we keep saying about that defensive line of Carroll. They're not going to give up the big chunk plays. Yes, he gained 3 yards, but they're not going to give up a big play on the ground. This is what they want. They want to stop the run. They gave up over 200 yards rushing last year. That is not what they're going to give up against Western this year.
3rd down and 6. The Dogs have misfired on their last 5 third-down tries, but this attempt is going to be just enough for a Bulldogs first down. He goes to Dylan Shipley for the freshman's first career catch to move the chains and pick up 7 on 3rd and 6.
Trey Mounts out of the game. Somebody is going to have to step up here. John John knows he's getting pressured all game. Got to get the ball out like he did there. Great catch by the receiver, by the freshman. First down, Western. Purcell really upset over the spot of the ball there. Headset thrown on the ground.
Would have been really hard to overturn that. We are right above the 40.
Purcell heard us. He was pointing up to the booth up here saying they called it. They saw it. He wasn't, the line judge did look like he was a little confused. He went on the 40, and then he kind of scooted over to the 41, 40 and a half, and ended up giving Western the first down.
No way to overturn it. And with 1:21 to go in the 3rd quarter, clock rolling, and the Bulldogs looking to tie up this game, trailing 10-3. Their only points came as the first half expired on a short field goal. Pocket collapses. Jund has no chance. He goes down for a big-time sack.
Colin Sassano comes off the edge with a beautifully timed play by the Carroll defense. Jund has no, and this comes from his blind side. He can't even see this defender. The offensive line doesn't block. He comes in as a free rusher, gets the sack on Jund. Now it's going to be 2nd and a mile.
That's a trademark to Colin Sassano. He's a 6th-year senior from right here in Helena, went to Capitol High School. His 6th year, he didn't play in the spring of 2021, didn't play 2 games last year. You know that felt good to get that sack. 2nd and 16, under a minute left here in this 3rd quarter. Jund running for his life again. Eludes the sack, gets close to the 30, This guy's got no fear, Austin, and he might have another first down.
That was an unbelievable play. The defensive line was collapsing. The pocket was collapsing around him. Didn't know where to go. Uses his legs once again. I mean, look at this pocket collapse. Almost falls down, breaks one tackle, heads around the outside, ends up gaining enough yards for a Montana Western first down. What can this guy not do?
Well, Jund is taken off 18 times rushing. That was a 17-yard scamper, the longest rushing attempt of the day for Montana Western. 1 second to go, and Jund will not get a play off before the end of the third quarter. As it usually does, it is coming down to quarter number 4. It's a 7-point ball game. Western knocking on the door. We'll see if they can finally get in the end zone when we come back for the fourth quarter next here on SWX.
Big time. He's asking for players of the game so far.
One more time, Dave, one more time. Ooh, interesting, because 11 is the quarterback, too, because they're both number 11. They're both number 11. Yeah, we're good with that. I think it's either 11 on defense for Carroll or 12, because he's got the only touchdown in this game. No, what I'm saying is there's a number 11 out. So, yeah, perfect. Which one do you want to do?
Don't matter.
Tight end Collins or defense? Defense says start with the pick. We'll do the defense. We'll do the linebacker because that started the whole trend. I mean, yeah. Okay. Any promos or anything to get ready for here in the fourth, or are we kind of good? Gotcha. The season opener between the top two teams in the conference would be a one-score game going into quarter number 4. Welcome back to Helena alongside Austin Parr, Riley Corcoran, our entire SWX team. So happy to bring college football to you here the final Saturday in August. Preseason favorite has some work to do. They have not found the end zone yet. The first play of the fourth quarter is Jund going to the left side. McPhee bottled up for a loss on the play. It'll be second and long.
He's actually going to be injured on the play. Linebacker that made the tackle, Colin Sassano. Looks like he made it. Oh, no, that's Gary Warden. Excuse me. Number 9, Garrett Warden. Looks like he may have twisted an ankle or may have had his knee pop a bit. Hopefully he's okay.
When you see that helmet come off is when you really start to worry a little bit. Stretching him out, so many things could happen. That was the opening play here of the fourth quarter. Look at this crowd. And our thanks to the Frontier Conference and to Carroll College for hosting us here today. As we say that, we'll step aside and come back. More fourth quarter action next on SWX. The Big Sky Conference season starts on ABC Fox Montana next Saturday. It's a Big Sky Conference doubleheader as the University of Montana and their number 2 ranking takes on Northwestern State in Missoula at 1:30, followed by the nightcap, McNeese State in Bozeman with the Cats at 6 o'clock. That's Big Sky Conference football next Saturday on ABC Fox Montana. Check your local listings for stations. What a great day it is going to be. The official kickoff to the football season in Montana with all of the conferences rolling, and it's going to be a special time. We're kicking it off today, but you get ready for next Saturday. Austin.
Absolutely. Cats and the Grizz, what else could you ask for? 2 biggest teams in Montana right next to each other in the preseason rankings. Really looking forward to see who comes out on top, and really looking forward to that matchup when they face off against each other.
Every game matters between those two, but when they're both in the top 4 in the preseason poll, it's going to be a fun year within the state of Montana. Here is Jund backing up on 2nd and 13. It's a screenplay and a great design. Reese Neville able to pick up the first down. They pulled a rabbit out of their hat on 2nd and long.
I think that's what they needed to do, is put a little wrinkle in the offense. Let Reese Neville get into space. Look, as you look at John, you didn't get to see it there, but he hung in there. He knew it was a screen pass, dumped it off to Neville, and he's able to escape and use those blockers to pick up a Western first down.
For the Bulldogs, they enter the red zone for the 3rd time today. First time, it resulted in an interception in the first quarter. Second time, they had to settle for 3 points. What will come in store here on their 3rd try? 1st and 10, John looking for the end zone. A little too much velocity behind that. Falls incomplete.
I believe we're in the same exact position where John threw that interception earlier. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens as they do a beautiful little fade route for the receiver. Actually had him open here. The defender was trailing about maybe a yard and a half. He just overthrew him. All he had to do was place that ball right into his hands in the backside corner of the end zone instead of throwing it to the sideline. He would have had a score.
If you're just tuning in, top receiver Trey Mounts left with an injury in the 3rd quarter. So John trying to create on the fly. A 4-receiver set. It's a design quarterback run. John twists around on his 19th carry of the afternoon. Gets close to the first down marker.
When it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, he's the only thing that's been a spark plug for this offense. Design quarterback run here. Does a great job following Reese Neville with the crackback block. A beautiful block for the quarterback. And again, John Jund not afraid to be tackled, take hits, lower his shoulders with those linebackers and DBs. This is actually going to be a big 3rd down for Montana Western.
And it comes at the 11-yard line. Just getting underway here in a crucial 4th quarter. John, again a quarterback draw. Carroll was ready for it. Does the pile get pushed forward enough? On initial look, I believe it'll be 1 yard short.
They actually had him in the backfield, and those offensive linemen used their strength, which we haven't seen a lot today, but they pushed that pile. Still going to come up just a hair short. I think it was a little bit of a high tackle on the defensive lineman for Carroll College there, but still short on 4th down. It looks like Western's going to go for it here.
It's that time of game, 4th and 2 inside the 10-yard line. The Bulldogs converted it 54% a year ago. Their coaches in the box to our right are all standing. It's 4th down and 2.
Dual movement on the offensive line there.
As John will take it himself, puts his foot in the ground and spins across a defender to get the first down.
His agility is unbelievable. Hit the spin button right there, just enough to pick up the first down for Montana Western. Unbelievable play by John Jund.
And now Jund has officially ran it as many times as he's thrown it. 21 pass attempts, 21 rushing attempts.
He just hasn't had a lot of time in the pocket to find his receivers. The throws that we have seen are quick screens or little bubble screens, out to his receivers trying to get him in space. But that offensive line, so far in this second half, is doing a better job at protecting Jund and giving him a little bit more time. Not a lot, but a little.
Chain gain coming out, and no doubt a first down. It looked to the naked eye like it was. They wanted to measure just to make sure with the magnitude. Just a great setting for college football. Student section is showed out even before school is even officially in session. It's that special time of year.
Athletes supporting athletes in the end zone. All of Carroll College's other student athletes were recognized on the field. Just great to see, everybody coming together for the greatness of college football.
First down and goal here for Western. They scored 65 touchdowns a season ago. They've yet to put one on the board yet today. Jund across the middle, and it's caught on cue. What a snag by the senior Blake Sentman. And the Dogs are an extra point away from tying up the game.
I mean, this was all the receiver here. The DB was all over him on this slant route. He made an unbelievable catch. Jund gets the ball out quickly like he's supposed to, but that DB was right there to knock the ball out. Oh, that ball may have come loose. And touched the ground. The signal is touchdown. It looks like it's going to stand, but on replay there, it did look like that ball was coming loose as he was going to the ground. Very interesting. Montana Western takes the lead.
A very important extra point try coming from the sophomore John Mears.
We'll tie the game with the extra point.
And after a tough hold, it was put down and through. And with 12:25 to go in the fourth quarter, we are all tied up at 10.
A ball game.
Don't go anywhere. We've got the final 12 minutes coming for you next here on SWX. The great equalizer from the Bulldogs comes with 12:25 to go, and the preseason favorites will not go down easily. So welcome you back, Austin Paul, Riley Corcoran in the booth, our entire SWX team. We figured on paper that this would be a good game that came down to the finish, and Austin, with 12 minutes left to go, we're all tied up at 10.
I think we've gotten to the point we've been most excited for. A little bit of action. It was a little slow so far. But for Carroll, this is a big possession after Western takes a little bit of the momentum with a beautiful touchdown drive to cap a beautiful drive. Let's see what Carroll's got in store with Jack Perka leading that offense.
And a modest return out to the 25, and feels like Carroll has had that mentality of, okay, we've got the lead, we can just not screw this thing up, so to speak. And now it's, okay, we need to attack. We need to now score with 12 minutes left to go in a tie game.
I think the biggest thing that Perka needs to do is understand that defensive line is going to collapse quickly. He's got to get rid of the ball. If that first read's not there, either step into the pocket or step on the outside. Maybe that gives your receiver more time to get open, adjust his route on the fly, and maybe that offense will get the spark that it needs.
1st and 10 now at the 23. You can tell the crowd is tense. It's a little quieter, actually, here in the fourth quarter. Perka angles out and throws through the hands, incomplete. Looking for Easton Durham, the freshman who made a big catch earlier.
That's the right play call for Carroll, getting Perka around the outside, knowing that defensive line has been getting to him. Ball was just a bit underthrown. I think he released it a little bit late there on the sidelines. It's going to bring up a long second down for the Fighting Saints.
So the total yards, and looking at time of possession, it's still wild to think. 34 minutes for Western, just 13 minutes. Carroll has held the ball in this game. Total yards, 222 to just 108 for the Saints.
Got to look for that safety valve if you're Jack Perka, Mr. Tony Collins. Look for him to get involved in this possession.
2nd and 10. Perka with a little time, throws far side. A nice catch. They go out of bounds, pick up about 5. As Ackleshin will make the catch. Seen him involved in his first game action, redshirted a season ago.
This looks like a little game plan change, getting the ball out quick for Perka. They did do that early in the first half, but they kind of got away from that. That's when that defensive line started swallowing him up. Great play call there, bringing up 3rd and short for the Fighting Saints.
Carroll's just 1 for 7 on 3rd down in this one. Entire playbook is open for Alex Fanninsteel. Perka with time, throws middle, it's incomplete. There is a late flag that comes in. And I believe it's going to be on Western.
There's contact a little bit early before the ball got there. That's going to be a flag every single time. Questionable, though.
They're pointing at Jaden Amasu. He's a junior linebacker. And one of the Hawaiians on the roster. Is actually a Hawaii connection with UM Western.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against the defense. Did not see that coming.
Must have said something that the official heard for it, because it was unsportsmanlike conduct in the middle of a play, which is certainly unique.
Didn't see a gesture or anything.
That's a big-time penalty.
Penalties were something that we talked about in the pregame for Western. They can shoot themselves in the foot. This is the problem right here. It was a big 3rd down, and they gave Perka in the offense 15 yards. Actually spotted the foul, gave them almost 20 yards and a 1st down.
Perka has all day to throw. Takes a shot, far sideline. It's nearly picked. Latrell McCutcheon, first time we've been able to say his name. The senior from Bozeman, the all-conference performer. Of course, transferred from Minot State. He had 18 pass breakups last year, and this one was massive down the sideline.
I think Perka's got to lead his receiver a little bit more here. He kind of underthrows the ball. McCutcheon had a great opportunity to put the momentum back in Western's hands. Just fell through.
Brings up 2nd and 10 for the Saints, 6-4 a season ago. Right at the middle of the pack as far as offensive numbers in the Frontier. He drops it across, and making that catch is Durham. Just seemed like Perka found the soft spot, and it was right place, right time.
Just like we spoke about earlier, in the zone, you got to find the hole. That's what they tell you. Your route doesn't really matter when you see zone. What you're taught is to go find that hole, and your quarterback knows where the hole is, and boom, he should find you right away. Just drop back, get rid of that ball, and you got a 1st down.
It was close to being enough. Western a bit confused. They think that it should have been spotted short.
I thought he was short.
Instead, it's a play fake. Perka throws backside and has his man. It's Collins staying on his feet, rumbling inside the 35. And Tony Collins, with that catch, goes over 1,000 yards in his career, and it's a beauty.
Just like he did in the first half. I mean, he takes the contact. First off, beautiful catch as well. This ball was thrown a little low, but he takes the contact. Able to break a tackle, stay on his feet, and get those extra yards to bring Carroll that much closer, and they're driving.
10-yard pickup up to the 31. Nearing field goal range, not quite there yet for Powell. His long was 33 yards a season ago. Perka in a groove a bit, goes middle again, and this time it's dropped by Durham. Maybe heard footsteps with 3 Bulldogs out there.
That's so funny you say that. I was thinking the exact same thing, because this was actually a great ball by Perka, thrown over the middle, leading his receiver. But like you said, there's some big dogs in the middle there, and he would have taken a lick from one of those linebackers.
So 2nd and 10 at the 31. You'd have to think at this point you are in 4-down territory. For them to get within Powell's range where they'd feel comfortable, that's only for Coach Purcell to know. He did not make an attempt of over 33 yards last year. 2nd and 10. Just over 10 minutes left to go. What's been a great season opener between the top 2 teams in the preseason poll. Perka hit as he throws. Finds his man on the far sideline. He paid the price for it. But it will pick up about 5.
It's a great thrown ball by Perka all the time in the world, because what they've been doing is switching those offensive linemen to get on the outside and help him block, giving him time and space so he can see his receivers and make an accurate throw like that. Great catch as well on the sideline, bringing up, again, a 3rd and short for this Carroll offense.
Just seemed to stay on schedule on this drive. They're 2 for 8 on 3rd down today. This is their longest drive by a long shot here in this one. 3rd down and 5 for the sophomore Perka. Looks left, pocket collapses across the middle. It's Collins again. A big-time 1st down for the Saints. They're in the red zone with 9:21 to go.
It's a great look by Perka. His first option wasn't open, showing a lot of poise in the pocket as a redshirt sophomore. Always going to find that safety valve. If that was me at tight end, I would hope he'd find me as well. Beautiful 1st down by Jack Perka.
I like what you said there. He's certainly poised from what we've seen on this 4th quarter drive.
It's a big moment for a redshirt sophomore. One of the biggest games possibly of your career so far. And it's just week 1.
You called it. He had 5 wins as a starter last year, but that was almost after Carroll was out of the race. Here's Perka. Little bit of time. Runs out of it and goes down. So for Western, the 2nd sack of the day. And Austin, that's huge, because you went from being in field goal range to now maybe being outside of it again.
That was a tough sack. He held onto the ball to just a little bit too long. He did have a quick target early, but that's the thing, is you hold onto the ball that long, you know that pocket's going to collapse. You've got to make a play, and he tried to step up, but it was too late.
Vastly improved is this Carroll offensive line. They allowed 44 sacks last year in 10 games, over 4 a contest. They have kept Perka upright for the most part in this one. 2nd and 17. Clock approaching 8 minutes to go. Here's Perka again across the middle. Collins already over 1,000 yards for his career. Slips down at the 14, so he'll pick up 10 more, but more importantly, Austin, back in field goal range.
That was a huge play for Carroll on 2nd down. When it's 2nd down and a mile, you've got to at least get a little bit of a chunk back so you can, like you said, put yourself back in field goal range. And there he is again, Mr. Collins, making a great catch. Bringing up a 3rd and manageable is what we like to say for Carroll College.
5 catches, 78 yards, and a touchdown. That is 11th career touchdown and went over 1,000 yards earlier in this game.
He's not disappointing.
3rd and 7 at the 14. Perka with time, goes middle again, nearly intercepted. Falls to the turf, incomplete.
He actually had his receiver there, but didn't realize the depth of the linebackers there. I don't think he saw those middle linebackers. Needed to lead his receiver a little bit further, throw that ball a little higher, and he may have had a score. But honestly, a big stop for the Montana Western defense.
And now it's pressure time for Powell. Senior from Bremerton, Washington, will come for what would be a 31-yard try.
Western's D-lineman trying to get off the field there.
Snap, hold, kick from the lefty, and easy does it. Splits the uprights, it's up and good. And a 5-minute scoring drive results in a Carroll College field goal. And with 7:24 to go, the Saints move back in front, leading 13-10.
Not sure if that was a positive horn or more of a negative thing. That was very loud right outside the window here at beautiful Nelson Stadium. 13-10, big possession for Carroll. Big momentum changer there. You know, Montana Western did hold them to 3 points, but Carroll takes the lead once again.
So back and forth we go. Now we can almost count it down to possessions. We're down to 2-3 possessions left in this game, depending on what happens. And for Western, they have methodically moved down the field. They have not had that big play. Does the big play come out here, or do they still have time for one more methodical drive if that's what they choose to do?
That's the thing. You said, you know, 1 or 2 maybe possessions. Their possessions take a while. And you know, when you're driving and you have, let's say, a 10-play drive, 12-play drive that takes almost 8 minutes off the clock and you only get 3 points, it's kind of demoralizing sometimes. So we'll see what Western wants to do here. 7:24 left in the 4th, trailing by 3. Kick's going to go out of the end zone. It's going to be a touchback.
Scored a report from Across the Frontier, Rocky, the other ranked Frontier Conference team, goes to Southern Oregon and wins that game 27-10. So, Rocky, of course, looking at this game with wide eyes, making sure that they can maybe move in front of Western if Carroll holds on. And it certainly will be interesting to be a voter for the NAIA Top 25. I'm a voter for the FCS Top 25, and there's more information out there, and you'd have more non-conference matchups. For the NAIA, it's tough, especially in the Frontier. They're so isolated up here in the Northwest that the voters from around the country, how much attention do they pay to the Frontier?
How often do they get out here to even see a game or even see some of the skill level that's in the Frontier Conference, you know? So that's tough. That's absolutely tough. I want to know that voting process, you know? You ever wonder about that? I know you vote for the FCS, but, you know, sometimes you get that opportunity to see the inside scope of how it gets done. I want to see that.
I like seeing the matrix of how everybody voted. Then you can really see, okay, so this guy really thinks that my second place team is 14th. How does that work out? And just, it's amazing how everybody sees football through a little bit of a different lens.
From your experience, is it public? Can you see everyone's names?
Only at the end. You can see everyone's names, but you can't see their votes until the very end of the year. The final poll, they let that out, which is interesting. Back to this one is a nice throw to the far sideline. It's a catch. There is a penalty marker down in the backfield. It's either a hold or roughing the passer.
It's going to be holding on the offense. 10 yards, that's going to erase that first down big pass play. That was something that they needed, and, you know, unfortunately that offensive line's it's going to bring it back 10 yards. Just like we talked about, you know, earlier, penalties. They shoot themselves in the foot. It's another 10 yards for Western, bringing up a very long first down.
That's their 6th penalty of this game. Again, we told you last year, 8 penalties, 76 yards a contest. That's a lot for a winning team. You're hopefully around that 50 yards a game range. I mean, there's never a good penalty, right? That's what coaches would say. But you get up in the 8, 9 penalties a game. Today, Western just 6 penalties, but they've just seemed more timely. Does that want to move them back?
That's what I was thinking as well. Is you know, you said 6. To some people, 6 may not seem a lot, but the biggest thing is where they come. What moment they come, and it seems to be in the biggest moments they're having the worst spots to have a penalty.
I mean, that was a double whammy, Austin, because that was a 15-yard loss. Instead of 1st and 10, it's 1st and 25.
Must have been a spot foul.
So we'll see what John Jund can do. If anyone is up for the task, it's the reigning Frontier Offensive Player of the Year. Flips the ball in his hands, pocket breaks down, a throw on the run to the sideline, and it'll be about a 3-yard gain. You can tell this crowd sensing the moment. Their team in really good shape to pull off this win.
Beautiful tackle by Zach Spearoff there. Met the offensive player at the point of contact, pushed him out of bounds, really only limited him to about 2 to 3 yards there. Great tackle. It's a big possession for Montana Western with only 6:35 to go in the 4th. Deep in their own end zone here. I mean, do you almost punt the ball just to expect to get the ball back, or do you empty out the playbook right here and take this as your final shot?
I would think if they don't get any more yards, they're going to have to punt this one away. 2nd and long, and what a catch and a connection. Down the sideline is Jacob Carbajal.
They're calling him out of bounds. Incomplete. That is a huge call.
Carbajal made the grab. Did he stay in bounds?
He did not. Because of the defender and the hit placed by Tug Smith, his feet actually never made contact in bounds, so he was out of bounds, and that's going to be a huge, huge loss for Montana Western, bringing up about 3rd and I would like to say about 18.
Tug Smith, one of the 3 new starters on the defense. So here's John back to throw, nearly hit as he fires it away, and it will fall incomplete.
All right, here we go. Montana Western's going to have to punt here with only 6 minutes to go. Can their defense make one final stop? Because you got to start to think about it now. We're looking at timeouts. We're looking at how many first downs, maybe 2 to 3 first downs, to be honest, to make Western just start to use those timeouts. And then once they do, 2 more first downs, and they can run out the clock, and this game would be over.
Such a big-time play, and you're seeing the effects of that penalty. Instead of a first down, moved him back.
This is a really bad punt from Montana Western. Going to give Carroll all the field possession in the world. Wow, that's going to put them at about the 38-yard line.
Wow. And they're going to now have to play a couple of different factors. The time game, as you mentioned, 2 timeouts remaining. The good news is for Western now, especially with this short field, Austin, is if they don't score a touchdown, they hold them to a field goal or punt or turnover, Western should still have time with 6 minutes left to go, with it being such a short field and the ball being placed at the 37.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what Carroll does here. Do they get in the safety mode and do they just try to run the ball, or do they take some risks and try to go for the home run shot?
Let's see what they decide. First play is an inside handoff. There is Burgess. His biggest run of the day comes at the right time, right up the middle, a burst of speed, and that'll pick up a first down.
This all had to do with the play calling and the blocking up front. I believe the D-linemen were doing a stunt to the right. The offensive linemen blocked them the same way that they're going, leaving Burgess the biggest hole he's probably ever seen in his career, and picks up a first down, a huge first down for the Fighting Saints.
To the 25. Clock under 6 minutes left, and a false start. Obvious one from Hunter Meacham. He's an all-conference player as well. Every yard crucial. You can sense the tension.
Yeah,
this is what it's all about.
Yeah, you can feel it in this stadium. That's going to shoot yourself in the foot, like we talked about Western with penalties. Carroll's had a couple costly penalties as well, and that's a big one. You know, false start's going to bring them back to about the 30-yard line. It's going to be 1st and 15.
Let's keep our eye on the game clock and play clock here and how much time Carroll is using, or if that's even a factor for them yet.
The clock should be running.
And they don't utilize the play clock here. They give it right back to Burgess, who runs over Gus Hansen. And they'll pick up a couple more.
Looks like he's got a little spark at halftime. Not really sure what was in the juice he was drinking or the halftime meal that he had there, but that was very elusive. Very elusive. Yeah, for me, it was those orange slices and Capri Suns back when I played, you know.
The formula for success.
Exactly.
If anything, Burgess is fresh from not having as many carries, at least in the first half. 6 carries now for 24 yards.
That was a beautiful sidestep in the inside there to pick up an extra probably about 6 or 7 yards.
2nd and 9. They go to Burgess again, trying to bounce out inside the 20. And he'll take a couple of Bulldogs to bring him down as he will stretch to the 17-yard line. He'll set up 3rd and very short.
This is where you start to see from each team whether their endurance factor and how tired they are. And it looks like right now the defensive line of Montana Western is a little gassed, just a little bit. That offensive line for the Carroll College Fighting Saints is getting the push out there, which is giving Burgess the holes. And right there, he got to the outside and makes it 3rd and short for Carroll. This is probably the biggest 3rd down of the game right here.
I formation, and under center comes Perka. He'll turn around and give it off to Burgess, who with sheer will runs over Cody Whalen, the freshman, and picks up a first down for the Saints.
He says, what knee surgery? What knee surgery on that run there? Just puts his head down, plants his surgery knee into the ground, runs over to the defender, picks up an extra 2 to 3 yards. Absolutely pumped after the play.
This is the Matt Burgess that Carroll fans remember before he went down with an injury. Under 4 minutes left to go, a fresh set of downs for sophomore Jack Perka and his Carroll College Fighting Saints, trying to knock off the top dog in Western. They will throw this time. Collins puts his foot in the ground, tries to stay in bounds, and he does. So at least he stayed in bounds. It looked for a second like he was going to go out, but that's the 6th catch of the day for Collins. He has 80 yards receiving.
Very interesting play call there on first down. The run has been working really well, and I could see it. You know, Western knows you want to try to run the ball, so you throw a quick little screen. Smart to get the ball out of Perka's hands quickly, and to who else? Tony Collins, of course.
He's been the go-to receiver today. 2nd down and 8, ball at the 10. We go under 3 minutes left to go. The season opener between two bitter rivals. It's a play fake, a throw to the end zone and incomplete. Through the hands of Easton Durham, that would have put this game on ice.
That's going to be another one that he's going to want to get back. The pass is absolutely perfect here from Perka. Reads it perfectly, leads him to the backside of the end zone. You can't ask for anything else more as a wide receiver than for your quarterback to put the ball right there in your hands. You got to make that catch there, and that would have sealed the game and put it on ice.
And what's so huge about that? It stops the clock. And with
they took a risk.
They did. They took a risk to win the game.
And they had it.
They had the play call. It's one of those things where you don't want to put the blame on one guy, but you can't second guess that decision because if executed, game's over.
They would have been able to run out the clock, or not just that, but Montana Western will be down 2 possessions, and there's just not enough time in the game for them to come back. It's going to be very interesting to see what Coach Purcell calls here on 3rd down. It's 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8. In field goal territory. Can't get, you would think, not too aggressive, right?
I wouldn't think too aggressive. You take your 3 at the worst and make Western, who has only scored 1 touchdown all day, go the length of the field to try and score a touchdown to beat you. Catastrophe would be a turnover. I'm just curious, how aggressive do you get? Do you run the ball here to force Western to use a timeout, basically saying, okay, we're going to get a field goal, or do you take yet another shot and try and win the game, but risk the fact that you might stop the clock? That's the decision that's going on right now for Carroll.
What's your decision?
I'd throw the ball.
Me too.
I would throw the ball.
Me too. Me too.
You have all this build-up, and you've got the #1 team on the ropes. You got one play to try and win it, put the game on ice.
This is what it's all about. You got to trust your redshirt sophomore quarterback. Trust him in this situation. This is his moment right here.
Let's see the play call. It's a play fake. Perka rolls right, dumps it down. Acklesham with the catch, leveled out of bounds. So that was a little bit in between. That was a safer play call. It was a pass, but the clock stops because he went out of bounds. So I would say, all things considered, that's a win for Western of what just happened on 3rd down.
Absolutely. It's all you could really want. You stopped them on 3rd down. You're not giving up a touchdown. You may give up a field goal. He's got to make it, obviously, but you get him out of bounds. That was the important part. So we still have 2:45 here to go in the 4th, and looks like Carroll's going to come on and attempt a field goal.
So Powell will come on. Made a short one early. Then his new career long, he made one from 35 just earlier to try and go 3 for 3 on the day and put his team up by 6. The senior puts it up and through with plenty to spare, and with 2:32 left to go. I know you've been waiting for that cannon to go off in the corner all game long. Fans are fired up, and hey, what more could you ask for? You've got 2.5 minutes left to go. You have a 6-point game. You've got the reigning champs and the reigning MVP with 1 possession and 2 timeouts. This is everything you could want in this game.
Absolutely, everything you could want as a Western fan. You got the Frontier Conference leader starting to gaining a little bit of momentum on that last drive. Obviously, Trey Mounts is out of the game, but it looks like Reese Neville has been able to find some space. Those screen passes kind of starting to work a little bit. Getting the ball quickly out of John Junn's hands is looking like what it's going to be successful for Montana Western going into this final drive. Speaking of which, about that cannon, funny story, I was around the campus the other day, and they were testing the cannon, obviously, for the home games, and I've never heard that before. So the cannon would go off, and I would be like
the deck,
a jolt. Like, it'd almost be like a heart attack inside of me. What is that? I've never even heard that before. It sounds like a gun going off, but like times a million. I told someone, I said, you know, it sounds like an M80, but times 50.
Times 50.
It is you could feel it in your chest when that thing goes off. It is pretty cool.
Just the sheer scare factor is worth enough. A deep kickoff will result in no return. So 2:32 left to go. You have 2 timeouts. How do you feel as far as the tempo and urgency right now? If you're Western and you're John Jund, do you feel like you need to go in a hurry, or do you feel like, hey, let's try and get a first down or 2 before we worry about speeding this thing up?
I think the biggest thing when you're in your so-called 2-minute offense, it's not quite under 2 minutes, right? The first 2 plays are all of your momentum, right? That's how you get everything going. That's how you establish what's going to happen on this drive. And we're going to look at these first 2 plays as maybe the deciding factor in this entire ballgame.
So Jund leads his team out there. First play of this drive is tipped and nearly intercepted.
The play we talked about earlier, they're trying to get Neville out in space on that screenplay. The defensive lineman did end up getting a hand up. I believe that was Garrett Kokab, number 94.
3-time all-conference performer.
That was number 19. Hunter Peck got his hand up there, prevented the screen, which looked like Neville had a lot of space to run there. Could have been a big first down, and that would have been the momentum play that I was talking about right there.
2nd and 10, 4 receivers for Jund. He hasn't had much time. He does here, throws across the middle, and it's nearly picked off again.
That was a mistake by Jund there. His receiver was wide open in the middle of the field, and unfortunately he underthrows this ball. As we look at the replay here, Jund drops back, sees his man is open, and just underthrows this ball badly. His receiver is doing a crossing route. Big opportunity there for the Carroll defense. This is going to be the biggest third down we have seen so far. 3rd and 10, 2:23 to go.
Western 6 of 15 on 3rd down. Jund looking to find the right combination when it matters the most. It'll be a screen play, tipped in the air a couple of times. It falls to the ground, incomplete.
What do you do here if you're Montana Western? Is this it? I mean, you only got 2:16 left.
You got to go.
You're 4th and 10. I believe. I mean, you have to go for it. I don't think you really have a choice.
No choice here with 2:16 to go. Game on the line. And they're actually going to utilize a timeout here, which is interesting to me because
Western called the timeout.
If Western saved their 2 timeouts, there'd be a chance they could still get the ball back again. I know I'm looking way far ahead here, but at the same time, you're essentially saying, hey, this play is it by the fact that they burned their 2nd timeout.
And we talked about that earlier. They used both teams use very interesting timeouts early on in the 3rd quarter. Why?
It's so easy for us up here, right, to go back and say, why would they use that timeout there? But truly in the 2nd half of games, coaches regret it more often than not of, was that 3rd down and 9 from their own 23 worth it compared to what it could mean right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's obvious, but in a certain sense, it kind of is, right? So why would you use a timeout if you're, let's say, on the 15-yard line like Montana Western was early in the 3rd quarter? It's a 3rd and 12. There's really no reason to call timeout and utilize one of those things that's going to come and cost you. And look, we are late in the game here. They just called their last timeout. It's looking like, so far, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, but it's looking like it's going to cost them.
Right here is the ball game. Full receiver look. Carroll crowd, this is their only home game in a 28-day span. 4th and 10 for John Jund in Western. Pressure comes. Jund fires across the middle. It's intercepted. Thomas McCree, the sophomore from Butte, picks it off. And the Saints jubilant on the sidelines.
That was just another mistake by Jund. He's not really looking he's not looking sharp today. This was just, I mean, I'm not really sure where he was going with that ball. His wide receiver was heavily covered. The receiver in the middle was actually the one that was open where he was supposed to go to. And he looked like he just threw that ball right to the defender. That was very, very weird from John Jund, your all-conference quarterback.
Uncharacteristic for sure. I'll go to you. How much maybe did the beating he's taken all day affect it here down the stretch? I mean, he carried the football 21 times. He threw 28 more. It maybe just eventually weared on him at the end.
And let's call it, let's take it 4 or 5 of those runs. He was taking some shots. And he's absolutely not afraid. We understand that he'll get the first down, but at what point does that cost you later in the game for your body, especially as a quarterback when all you're trying to do is protect yourself?
So the first down run stymied, and Western uses their final timeout. not to harp on it, but again, if they even had one more timeout, they'd feel like, okay, we can get the ball back with over a minute left. Now, that is their final timeout. Carroll,
I thought they already used it. That was my bad.
Carroll will be able to tick this clock down as long as they run the football.
Essentially, this game is almost over. They're going to have,
best case scenario, if you're Western, you're going to get the ball with 30 seconds left and no timeouts down by 6.
If you stop them from getting a first down,
right.
The first down puts the game on ice.
Western, all the fanfare, the 17th ranking, 8-4. Last year, their most wins in 19 years. Carroll, 3 consecutive winning seasons, but it was almost what could have been. Their 4 losses by a combined 13 points. The bad taste in their mouth, losing to Western on the road by 4.
They made a statement here today with that defensive line. Over 200 rushing yards last year against this Carroll defense. Not today. I'm pretty sure they are under 150, which is a huge difference from last year.
They're under 100. They have 97 rush yards, does Western in this game.
And a lot of those are from the quarterback.
You are right. The total play count's so interesting as well, because Western ran 70 plays in this game. Carroll just 45. As the clock continues to wind. So by the time this ball is snapped, there should be about 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Another play is run, 40 more seconds off the clock.
You're just telling your guys here, if you're Carroll, protect the football. 2 hands on the ball. This is the biggest moment of the game. You're trying to put the game in the refrigerator.
I like it.
As we like to say.
3rd down and 9. They bleed the play clock effectively. And Perka is going to just hand this one off to Burgess, who is tackled down. Some extracurriculars afterwards. Chippiness this time of game. And now doing the math on it. When this play clock hits 0, there will be 28 seconds remaining on the game clock. So Coach Purcell can do one of a couple things. He can take the delay of game. He can call a timeout. He has 1 left. He could punt, could go for it.
I'm thinking you're at the 40-yard line. You want to take the delay of game here, waste as much time off the clock as possible, and then you just punt the ball away. You want to give your punter a good chance to put that ball in the corner of the end zone, in the corner. We call that coffin corner when we used to play Madden back in the day. One of my personal favorites. Very fun going through the
so key
the
having
build
that
a team
skill trait, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get that ball inside the 10-yard line. So the more you back that punter up, the better chance that he has at putting that ball and pinning Montana Western back.
We'll see what they do. It's 4th and 6. So both teams utilize all 3 of their timeouts. Our thanks again to Carroll College and the Frontier Conference for having us today. It's been a great day to start it off. We're always so thankful to get to broadcast Carroll College athletics, and it's been a doozy to start the season, and I know that you being based up here in Helena, you're excited for the year to come.
Absolutely, especially for Carroll. I'm excited for all the Frontier Conference games. This is a fun conference that doesn't get enough vision in my eyes, to be honest. Even being new from the area, this is just something that I'm going to try to push, is that you get more looks out of the Frontier Conference. There are some really great ball players out here, and this has been the best start to the college football season for the Frontier Conference.
Well, Austin, new to the area. First off, welcome to Montana. You can check out all of his work. SWX tonight. Be holding the fort down here in Helena, that's for sure. The punt team is on with 28 seconds to go. Western bringing the house, as you could imagine. And a fair catch called. So, John Jund will have 21 seconds to try and pull off a miracle. Hey, we've seen crazy things happen. It's probably about 2 or 3 plays.
If there's anybody that can do it, it is John Jund, although he has looked a little bit off today with throwing the ball, especially after that last interception. But what can he find his inner all-conference player and really bring out those skills to lead a 21-second drive and a game-winning touchdown?
Down by 6 with 80 yards in front of them. Western plays Eastern Oregon next week. Carroll travels to Butte to battle Montana Tech.
Both of those games will be great.
They will be. I'll have my eye on the Frontier schedule now. They get started a week early. It catches everybody's attention.
You've got your eyes on the Frontier. Yeah. I got my eyes on the Grizz schedule.
There we go. 21 seconds to go. Can Jund pull a rabbit out of his hat? It's across the middle and behind his intended target, incomplete.
Unless he can find something here in the next couple possessions, he just is not quite getting that ball out in front of his receivers. He's just throwing behind them just a hair when that ball should be on the front right shoulder of the receiver, and instead it's on the back left hip. And that's a problem when you're a receiver. It's hard to catch a ball when you're running left and, you know, you're running to the right and you're trying to turn left. It's
especially
very
when
tough.
you got someone that wants to hit you.
Right, exactly.
Throw that factor
Or
into it.
somebody trailing you that's going to intercept it or try to bat it down. It's tough.
17 seconds left to go. Jund again eludes pressure. This is exactly what Carroll wanted, though, as he's in the middle of the field, rips off a tackle, the ball comes free, and Carroll jumps on it. What a way to end the ball game and put an exclamation point on a season-opening win for the Carroll College Fighting Saints.
I mean, that was an absolutely impressive play by John Jund. I'm pretty sure he broke like 3 tackles there, but at some point you got to realize the time and the situation of the ball game. You have no timeouts. You can't start breaking you can't keep breaking tackles and not trying to get out of bounds.
1, 2.
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth one was the fumble, but you know, he just didn't realize the time and the possession and what was going on in the fourth quarter. As a quarterback, you got to realize that there's going to be a defender coming behind you, and putting a strip like that, absolutely perfect. That's what they teach. Come behind, punch that ball out, strip that ball out, grab that, whatever you can to get that ball, especially out of the quarterback's hands. This was a big win for Carroll.
And look at the jubilation on their sideline. You know how much this one means. We talk about it a lot in the open. When you have that target on your back, it's a different story.
It's tough to manage those expectations, and we see, I mean, they struggled today. Their offense struggled. I mean, that first drive, that first possession, I feel like killed their momentum for the entire game. Jund does a great job of driving them down the field, and unfortunately underthrows his receiver. The ball gets tipped, it gets intercepted, and instead of going for a touchdown, all of a sudden Carroll's got the ball in great field possession, and they end up getting points out of it.
And you take a look at all of the factors that made this game play. I totally agree with you. That opening drive, not only Austin was it a devastating pick, but the time that went off the clock. They took 8 minutes off the clock. If Western scores there, it's a total flip of the script. Carroll's going, okay, they take half the quarter away, they score a touchdown. What are we going to do now? Well, Carroll was allowed to play a different style of game, I felt, because of how good their defense was and also how they were able to get that stop initially they can make it more of a low-scoring game. That is more Carroll's DNA. Western wants to be as crazy as possible.
Absolutely. That D-line today, though, I mean, what else can we say about those guys up front? They really lived up to that revenge factor of exactly what they wanted to, is stop that inside run. I'm pretty sure that John Jund had the most amount of rushing yards, which as a defensive line, you're going to be like, okay, that's okay. As long as the 2 running backs, the 2-headed dragon, did not tear us apart on the inside, which they didn't, this defensive line had their ways with Montana Western's offensive line. And I feel like that's the biggest factor, was the Carroll College defensive line versus that offensive line of Montana Western.
You look at the total yards, 263 for Western to just 195 for Carroll. The time of possession did even out because Carroll had the ball a lot in the fourth quarter. But at one point, it was 36 minutes for Western, just 13 for Carroll. Carroll was able to overcome that. Individuals, Perka with 148 yards passing and 1 touchdown. Tony Collins, congratulations to him. He goes up and over 1,000 yards for his career and catches the lone touchdown for Carroll. They had 3 field goals to go along with it. For John Jund, 14 of 30, 127 yards, 91 yards rushing. But as we go to our player of the game, the interception that he threw was the difference, and it's Tucker Jones, sophomore linebacker from Hamilton, that delivered the play of the game.
Made some great tackles on John Jund as well. I mean, just great eyes here, realizing that the ball's up in the air. It was underthrown. DB tips it. You know, that's what you want as a defensive player, is a ball to just end up right in your lap.
The man had an incredible game, stopping John Junn and leading the Saints to a victory, because like we said, that first opening drive was probably the biggest play of the game.
An incredible way to open up the season here on SWX. What a blast it was, coming to you from the state's capital city, and a great matchup between Western and Carroll. Austin, it was a lot of fun. You did great on your debut. It was great working with you.
Thank you very much. I mean, you make this a lot easier for me. I feel like we have the chemistry. You know, I just had to get the nerves going a little bit. This is my first time, for those of you at home that don't know, so that was an absolute blast.
You crushed it. No more first. Our thanks to Dave and everybody for all their hard work in the truck. Of course, for Bill Heiselman running the controls, as always. For Austin Paw, Riley Corcoran saying so long from Helena, where Carroll College beats Western 16-10 to open up the college football season.